as best he could, run to her.
And was something different about that on March 22nd?
Yes, he reacted differently toward her. He was very quiet that day.
And you said earlier lethargic?
Yes.
And would that be, in your experience with the Fergusons and with Christian, abnormal for Christian?
Yes.
And what about Dawan's demeanor that day? Did you notice anything about his demeanor?
Dawan was late that day, and so he was rushed, and he was always a quiet man, and perhaps a little more talkative that day.
And when you say talkative, what did he say that day, or what was his state of mind that day? Your impression of his state of mind?
He was I'm going to use the word depressed. He was frustrated. Caring for Christian was becoming more difficult.
And did he express that to you?
He did. He did. He was. I went in to talk to him because he was late on that particular day, and he did express that it was becoming more and more difficult to care for Christian. He didn't know how he was going to continue to do that, and that it was getting financially more of a burden to him.
Did you see Christian after March 22nd of 2003?
No, I did not.
Did you see Dawan Ferguson after March 22nd of 2003?
No, I did not.
Did you see Theda Thomas at the time after March 22nd of 2003?
Yes, Theda, we had regularly scheduled exchanges based upon the court order, and Theda continued to come on her days. I'm sure, at least for another month.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, as you had stated, Heritage House was the place that provided custody exchange services, correct?
Correct.
And that was a joint venture through St. Louis City Family Court and Provident Counseling?
Yes.
And you started providing, or Heritage House provided services for the family starting back in 1996, 1997?
Very early on after we opened.
Okay. And so over the years, you have had interactions with both parents?
Yes.
And as you had testified, Dawan seemed more of a mild-mannered person?
Yes.
But I believe you had told me at the deposition both seemed very concerned about Christian and his care?
Absolutely.
And both were very faithful in their custody exchanges?
Your Honor, object. May we approach?
You may. continue.
Thank you.
You had a question maybe pending, or was it answered? I can't recall.
They objected at the last question, and I'll withdraw that question.
All right, there you go. Thank you. Okay, you may continue.
Thank you. Ms. Flory, did you ever speak with a special agent named Liza Ludovico in regard to Christian Ferguson?
I don't recall.
Okay. Going to the March 22nd, 2003 exchange, as you testified, you were present for the exchange of Christian and then Connor between Theta and Dawan, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And as you had testified, you had a conversation with Dawan at this exchange, right?
yes,
Okay. And you are a licensed clinical social worker?
I am.
Okay. And in that conversation with Dawan, I believe you put that hat on when speaking with him, correct?
To a point,
And this was a therapeutic conversation you had with the parent expressing some concerns, correct?
not necessarily. My conversation with him centered around the fact that he had been late for exchanges on numerous occasions, and on that particular day, he was late, and whenever parents were late, I always had a conversation with them because punctuality was really important for us. Safety was one of our concerns.
So is it that your testimony today is that the conversation you had with Mr. Ferguson was not a therapeutic conversation?
It
Oh, hold on a second. What was the objection?
Argumentative.
Response?
Judge, I'm setting up an impeachment.
All right, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Why don't you ask the question again, please?
So is it your testimony today that that conversation that you had with Mr. Ferguson at Heritage House was not a therapeutic conversation using your licensed clinical social worker hat at that time?
that conversation evolved into more of a therapeutic conversation.
Okay, so it was. And it was involving a parent expressing just concerns with having a disabled child, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you are a mandated reporter, is that correct?
yes,
And after this conversation with Mr. Ferguson, you did not call the police, correct?
no,
And you did not report him for abuse or neglect, correct?
no,
Because you had no concerns to believe that the children were in risk after that conversation, correct?
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. The question becomes, I think, here is as to whether, in her capacity as a professional, she felt that there was enough there to call. So you may want to restate your question. So I'm going to change my ruling. I'm going to sustain your objection. Why don't you restate your question, okay?
Okay. After the conversation you had with Mr. Ferguson, did you feel any type of concern where you needed to call Division of Family Services?
Objection, Your Honor, sustained question.
It's overruled. You may answer the question.
I did not.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Witness may be released. Bailiff Smith, the witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. You're free to go, ma'am. Have a good day. Thank you. Be safe. All right, state may call its next witness, please.
Melissa Hine, Your Honor.
Morning, ma'am. Welcome. Come on up. You can come a little closer.
Swear.
Raise your right hand, swear you in. Do you swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Have a seat. Once you get comfortable there, if you're with the spelling of your name to be recorded, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
My name is Melissa, Melissa Heigham, Heigham.
Ms. Hyam, will you introduce yourself to the jury for me?
Hello, I'm Melissa Heigham. Tell them about what I do.
Well, can you tell them what your educational background is first for me?
Sure. I'm a pharmacist by training. I have a Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy and a Doctor of Pharmacy degree from St. Louis College of Pharmacy. I have a Master's of Health Administration from Simmons College in Boston. I completed residency training at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and I'm board certified in oncology, and I'm a board certified pediatric pharmacy specialist.
And how long have you been a pharmacist?
28 years.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed by St. Louis Children's Hospital. I'm the Director of Pharmacy and Radiology.
Have you been employed with Children's Hospital since 2003 or before 2003, correct?
Since 1995.
Okay. And will you tell the jurors a little bit about what your role is at Children's Hospital? I'm guessing that your role at Children's Hospital is different than a pharmacist, say, at CVS or Walgreens.
Correct. My current role as the Director of Children's, I have oversight for 4 pharmacies. We have an inpatient pharmacy that services all of the hospitalized patients. We provide services 24/7. We have a retail or an outpatient pharmacy, which is similar to your Walgreens or your CVS, but it's housed at St. Louis Children's Hospital. And then we have 2 additional retail pharmacies at our ambulatory surgery centers, one in South County and one in West County, and I'm responsible for the oversight and the full pharmacy operations at all of those locations.
And are you considered the custodian of records for Children's Pharmacy?
I am.
Now, how is a prescription filled? If you get a prescription from a doctor, or how do you get one?
Sure. So we'll just focus on the retail setting, so the outpatient setting. Prescriptions can come to us in a variety of ways. They can be called in by the physician, in which we take a verbal order and document the information from the provider. A patient can show up to the window with a hard copy of the prescription, or now we can get electronic copies of prescriptions through e-prescribing, which today is the most common way that we receive prescriptions, and also we can get them by fax.
So 20 years ago, could you get the e-prescriptions?
No. It would have been a hard copy presented to us, it would have been called in, or it would have been faxed.
Okay. And when you get one, a prescription, what do you do with that prescription? Do you verify it at Children's Hospital?
Yes, all the pharmacists are responsible for verifying the accuracy and the efficacy of the prescription. So we evaluate the medication, if it's appropriate for the patient based on their diagnosis. We evaluate the dose that is being prescribed by the provider, the frequency with which it's being administered. If there are any points of confusion, we contact the provider and get it clarified. If we think that it's potentially the dose is too high or the dose is too low or interacts with the medication that the patient may already be receiving, then we would contact the provider and clarify the prescription.
Now, what were the hours of the pharmacy? You worked there since 1996. What were the pharmacy hours back in 2003?
Our retail pharmacy was open from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. back in 2003 from Monday through Friday.
Now, let's say a parent all of a sudden realizes at midnight on a Saturday, oh no, I'm out of a life-sustaining medication for my son. I need it tonight. What would happen?
So they just need to call the hospital and ask for the pharmacy, and our inpatient pharmacy, which provides services 24/7, 365, would fill that prescription for that patient to make sure the patient had the medications they needed until the pharmacy would open, and they could get a full retail pharmacy prescription.
So there are safeguards in place.
Absolutely. We don't want any child going without their medicine.
And that was true in 2003 as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, the medications that you fill at Children's Pharmacy, can these also be filled at just your regular Walgreens, CVS, whatever other pharmacy there is?
It depends. There are a lot of specialty things that we do at St. Louis Children's Hospital, so some compounds that a regular Walgreens or CVS or Walmart pharmacy wouldn't have the supplies to prepare. Many of the medications are the same, but some of them can only be received through our St. Louis Children's Hospital retail pharmacy.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach the
You may.
witness. Show you what's marked as state exhibit number 10. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 10 second. Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize those documents?
These documents were printed from our retail pharmacy software system, computer system in 2003.
Okay. And are these, you earlier said that you're the custodian of records, correct?
Correct.
Are these documents made in the normal course of business by St. Louis Children's Pharmacy?
Correct. Yes, we maintain electronic records of all of our transactions.
And when you fill a prescription, even back in 2003, would that have been automatically updated into your computer system
Yes.
at the time of the occurrence?
Yes.
And are these records kept and maintained under your care, custody, and control?
Yes,
Have you had occasion to review these records?
I have.
Okay. And are these a true and accurate depiction of the Children's Hospital records, sorry, I'm wandering again, that were kept by St. Louis Children's Pharmacy for Christian Ferguson?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 10 into evidence.
All right, thank you. Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I would object that these are records are hearsay.
All right, so the objection will be overruled. State's Exhibit 10 shall be admitted in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Hyam, you actually prepared a chart, is that correct?
I did.
And you based this chart off of your review of the records?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 10A. And I'll use this as demonstrative, Your Honor, if it's okay with the court.
Okay.
In the meantime, what prescriptions was Christian prescribed?
Christian was prescribed to receive Bufenil, sodium benzoate, arginine crystals, polycitric A, vitamin B6, and phytonadione, which are the same, but they were dispensed at different times depending on what was available, but they're the same vitamin, pantothenic acid, and Carnitor.
Okay. And as the director of the pharmacy, and you said you have a doctorate in pharmacy, are you familiar with these medications?
I am.
Are these FDA approved, or I'm sorry, let me ask, were these FDA approved back in 2003?
Some of them were. So in 2003, four of them were FDA approved. I'm just going to look at the list here. So the Carnitor, the Bufenil, and the polycitric K, there were three of them. Those are the three that were FDA approved in 2003. Vitamins, so the pantothenic acid is vitamin B5, and then the vitamin B6, which is also the pyridoxine. Those are not approved by the FDA. They're considered supplements. The FDA never approves supplements, but we look for other characteristics that you see on TV, like the USP certification, to ensure certain standards with the preparation of those, since they aren't manufactured by a pharmaceutical company and under the supervision of the FDA. The sodium benzoate and the arginine crystals are chemical compounds, and these are chemicals that we use to treat, and there's a variety of them over a broad variety of diseases that we use when there isn't an FDA-approved medication. And so these chemicals are purchased from a pharmaceutical-grade chemical company. They're prescribed and used in the treatment of a variety of pediatric diseases.
Now, have you heard the term in your career and in your training, life-sustaining medication?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
It means if someone requires a life-sustaining medication and they went without it, they would not survive, or they would not survive very long.
Okay. Are any of these medications life-sustaining?
Yes.
Which ones are considered life-sustaining, Ms. Heigem?
The sodium benzoate, the arginine crystals, and the bufenil are life-sustaining in a patient with citrullinemia.
And what do these medications specifically do?
These medications target a reduction in excretion of ammonia and nitrogen that are built up with this particular genetic metabolic disorder.
So they're meant to counterbalance what the disease causes.
Exactly.
Hold on a second. What was the objection?
Bleeding.
I'll sustain the objection. You may want to rephrase your question, please.
Of course, Your Honor. Ms. Heigem, what are these drugs intended to do?
They're intended to lower the levels of ammonia and maintain normal metabolic functions in the patient's body.
I'm going to show you it's been made to State Stip 10A. If I may, Your Honor.
You may.
And you prepared this document, correct?
I did.
And how did you prepare that document?
So you can see from the document from 2003, it was an older computer system, and everything that was printed from the computer system at the time in 2003 is in chronologic order. So for ease of review, I created a document by each specific medication in order, the number of days that the medication was prescribed and what we dispensed, and then the frequency with which the medication was picked up by the pharmacy for administration to Christian.
And did you make this document because it makes it easier for you to read these documents?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may,
Judge, I'm going to object.
Hold on one second. If you would go back to the microphone and make your request again. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
if I may present these, publish these to the jury.
Okay.
And Judge,
Response?
I will object. I've never seen this chart before. I haven't had a chance to review it or go through it with the records I have.
May I see that for a second,
Yes,
please?
Your Honor. And it's a demonstrative.
And ma'am, this, the information contained in this demonstrative exhibit 10A, that information is contained in those records, and you simply, in essence, collated it and organized it?
I did, yes.
Judge, I still object because I have not had a chance to review that and look for that myself in the records.
All right, well, I'm going to overrule the objection. Is it demonstrative aid? The witness has indicated she prepared it, the source of her preparation and materials. You'll have an opportunity to cross-examine her about that. So overruled, and you may publish that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heigem, if you could you explain to me what this chart means? The first thing I see is carnivore, or carniture. I don't think I'm saying that correct.
The intended duration of these prescriptions, the physician was always writing for 30-day supply. The frequency with which these were being picked up were not at the 30-day mark.
In fact, it's 42-day, 60-day.
Objection leading.
Hold on a second. That'll be sustained. If you want to restate your question, please.
So if the numbers read 42, 60, 37, what does that mean?
That's how many days the care provider went without picking up the prescription for the patient.
And you've been doing this since 1995, correct?
Correct.
Is this, in your experience, normal for people to be late picking up life-sustaining medication?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
No, this is not normal.
Let's talk about sodium benzoate. Sodium benzoate. Now, is that considered a life-sustaining medication?
Absolutely. Sodium benzoate is one of the nitrogen scavengers, so it decreases ammonia in the body when you lack the enzymes to process these things, the ammonia and nitrogen yourself. So this is most definitely a life-sustaining medication.
And in your training and your experience in being a doctor in pharmacy, what could happen if somebody did not receive carnitine or sodium benzoate?
Objection, speculation.
That'll be overruled. You may answer, ma'am.
The sodium benzoate is a life-sustaining medication. It maintains the safe excretion of ammonia. So if a patient who has citrullinemia goes without sodium benzoate, they will have an ammonia buildup in their bloodstream, which will lead to initially lethargy, listlessness, muscle weakness, followed by coma and death.
And so looking at this chart, it looks like these were filled for initially, what does the 29 mean? Does that mean it was filled for 29 days, the prescription?
Yes. I took the information directly out of the records from 2003, and so the prescription was for 800 mils, and if you do the math on this particular medication, 800 mils only lasts 29 and a fraction of a day, so the system rounded it down to 29, and so we want to dispense, and the physician orders the medication in a volume that is measurable, so that's why it's close to 30.
Okay. And I see on here numbers next to that are higher than the 30, the 29 and 30. What does that mean?
Same as before, that while these were intended to be 30-day supplies of medication, they weren't picked up for a span of 42 days, 60 days, 37 days, 74 days. So there were extended periods of time for a 30-day supply for a supply of medication that should have only lasted 30, but additional medication was not retrieved for 74 days, as an example.
Okay. And with regards to arginine crystal, now what does that do in your training and experience?
So arginine similarly provides an alternate pathway for ammonia excretion from the body. So also one of those very important medications needed to maintain lower levels of ammonia. So again, without the arginine, the patients could experience hyperammonia, and they would have listlessness, muscle weakness, coma, death. The two medications that are most important for management of the ammonia are the sodium benzoate and the bufenil, which is at the top of the next page. Those are the two very most important medications. The arginine is additive to that, but they're all an important part of the regimen. So yeah, the bufenil and the sodium benzoate are, in my mind, the two most important medications that Christian was receiving.
And the bufenil, it looks like from here, what is that 121-day number, 7480?
Yes, so we dispensed 30-day supplies as the prescriptions were written, and they weren't picked up at 30-day intervals. There was a period there of 121 days that went between when a prescription, when the two 30-day supplies were picked up. So it was an extended period. And I actually, on this one, so for example, across those 10 dispenses, that would have been a 300-day supply. But looking at the time that those medications were retrieved and available for administration to Christian, that was 580 days. So it was a 300-day supply of medication, that was stretched out over a 580-day period in terms of the frequency with which it was being purchased from the pharmacy or retrieved from the pharmacy.
And you said bufenil powder is one of the most important medications for him?
Correct.
And will you explain to the jurors what polycitric A does?
Sure. Polycitric A is an alkalinizing agent that we use for a variety of things. In this instance, given some of the metabolic processes, it was needed to maintain appropriate pH in the body. When someone is acidotic and does not receive polycitric A, this process would take much longer than the buildup of ammonia, but an acidotic patient would exhibit some probably nausea and vomiting, again, muscle weakness, lethargy, decreased alertness, and ultimately there can be harm to the organs and can lead to respiratory failure. But it's a much longer process.
Is polycitric A considered a life-sustaining medication?
Potentially.
In a child with citrullinemia, would it be a life-sustaining medication?
Yes.
And then I see pyridoxine.
Yes, so pyridoxine and vitamin B6 are the same thing. You can see in 01 we dispensed the pyridoxine, and in 02 it was the vitamin B6. It's just based on what was available to dispense, but they're the same vitamin. And in citrullinemia, because of the dietary restrictions, it's not uncommon to have vitamin and mineral deficiencies that require supplementation. So the vitamins were there to supplement the deficiencies.
And what about the pantothenic acid?
Pantothenic acid is also a vitamin supplement. It's technically B5, and it would be the same thing. It would be a vitamin deficiency that was being supplemented.
Now, I noticed on all of these that the last date, what did you notice is the last date on these medications?
4/22/03,
And what does that mean, 4/22/03?
April 22nd, 2003. That was the last day that we dispensed or had a request to dispense medication for this patient.
And so, Carnitor, 4/22/03.
Yes.
And is that a life-sustaining medication?
Likely not.
Okay. What about sodium benzoate?
Yes.
And that last refill date was 4/22/03.
Yes.
Bufenil powder? What was the last refill date?
4/22/03.
Polycitric A?
Sorry, my eyes aren't got old eyes. 4/22/03.
And then I think the pyridoxine and the, did you testify earlier the pyridoxine and the vitamin B6 are the same?
Yes.
And what was the refill date on that?
5/21/02.
And the pantothenic acid?
5/21/02.
Now, you've been doing this for a long time. If somebody can't pay, in your experience as the pharmacist, what happens next? If they come to fulfill a prescription and they say their card's declined, they don't have any money, what happens?
We contact social work. We don't want anyone to leave without their needed medication, so we have mechanisms at St. Louis Children's Hospital to get assistance through social work or our family care fund, where there's no charge or no copays for our patients.
When you looked at these records, did the amount of prescriptions called in by the doctor ever change?
No, meaning the medication itself, the dose and the amount to dispense and the frequency with which it was being given, no, those stayed the same.
Okay. Were any of these prescriptions filled and then put back on the shelf because they were not picked up?
Yes.
And which ones were those?
So in the records from 2003, on September 19th, we filled prescriptions for the vitamin B6 and the pantothenic acid that were never picked up and were returned to stock. On March 14th of 2003, we filled prescriptions for the vitamin B6 again, the pantothenic acid, the polycitra, and the Carnitor that were never picked up. And then the last one was on 4/22. The last prescription that we filled for the sodium benzoate was never picked up on 4/22. So I guess to go back to your question, the last time we dispensed sodium benzoate from our pharmacy that was collected by a caregiver was on February 7th, 2003.
I think you stated this earlier, but what would be the potential repercussions of not giving life-sustaining medication as prescribed by a doctor?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. You may answer, ma'am.
So these medications, the sodium benzoate, the buphenol, and the arginine, ammonia would build up, muscle weakness, coma, and death.
And nothing further.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Hello.
Hello.
Just one quick question. When a child or a patient is admitted into the hospital, when they have a hospitalization, to your knowledge, are they receiving medication furnished through the hospital during that stay?
Yes.
Okay. And the records that you have span from what period of time is that?
So the report is from August 27th, 2001 to August 27th, 2003.
Okay. And these are the records from Children's, not Cardinal Glennon, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good day. All right. State may call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mary Ellen Pennick.
All right.
And Judge, this is the witness that I...
Right. Good morning. Come on up here. Welcome. How are you? Hi. How are you? If you would raise your right hand, you do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Go ahead and take a seat. Make yourself comfortable, and once you're settled, if you'll give the spelling of your name to my reporter, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mary Ellen is two words, Maryellen, Pennick, Pennick.
All right, you may proceed.
Judge, I need to state my objection based on pretrial motions from defense, motion in limine.
The court recalls the defendant's objection. The court has made a ruling as to that objection, so it is overruled. However, the objection shall run throughout the testimony of the witness if you would like.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Mary Ellen Pennick.
And how are you employed?
I am retired now, but I was employed for 49 and a half years for the St. Louis City Family Court in their domestic relations mediation unit.
And back in 2003, in May, June of 2003, what was your job title with St. Louis City Family Court?
At that time, I was assistant supervisor of the mediation unit.
And as a part of your duties, would you assist deputy juvenile officers and go to court and do things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever assist in the Christian Ferguson case?
Yes.
And did that involve his father, Dawan Ferguson, and his mother, Dita Wilson at the time?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention specifically to June 9th of 2003. Do you remember that day?
I do.
And did you attend a status conference in Judge Frawley's courtroom that day?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that status conference?
Well, the mom had filed a motion to modify custody, and at the status conference, it's like a gathering of the parents and the judge and the attorneys to talk about what is happening in the case, what's the status, what's gone wrong, how can we fix it.
In this status conference, did the issue of missed visitations arise?
Yes, the father had not brought the children to the court-ordered visitation many times, and the mom brought it back to court to address that complaint.
And if you know, did Judge Frawley make any comments about the missed visitation or intention of reinstating that visitation?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, and are you asserting that this is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted? Is that your basis of your hearsay objection, correct? Ms. Steele?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Response?
And, Your Honor, I am not offering it for its truth.
All right, thank you. All right, objection overruled. You may answer. Do you need the question repeated?
Please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
If you remember, did Judge Frawley make any comments or statements with regard to the missed visitation and resuming the visitation schedule?
Yes, he did.
What, if anything, did he say?
He directed the dad's attorney to speak with his client about how long he would like to stay in jail if he chose to continue not complying with court-ordered, and it was Judge Frawley's court order, not complying with court-ordered parenting time for the mom.
And did you observe the defendant as these comments were being made by Judge Frawley?
I did.
And can you describe to the jury the defendant's appearance and mannerisms while this was being said?
Objection, relevance.
That's overruled. You may answer, ma'am.
He was upset, agitated. I mean, I've been in court a lot of times, and lawyers have to talk to their clients and explain things to them, what they need to do. And Mr. Ferguson was upset, agitated at his lawyer telling him he must comply.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. So at the June 9th, 2003 hearing, Dawan appeared at the hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Dawan was addressed by the court?
What Judge Farley did was he would tell the lawyer, speak to your client, convey my message, which, of course, Dawan could hear what the judge was saying.
Now, do you remember sitting for a deposition and you said Judge Farley addressed Mr. Ferguson and his attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So he was addressed by the court?
Yes.
Okay. And not getting into what the court said, but they were asking the reason why there'd been no visitations, correct?
I don't remember any reason being given.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The reason was asked, but you don't remember what the reason was given, correct?
Right,
Okay.
right.
And at this informal status, it did not address the motion to modify custody that day, correct?
Only in that they were acknowledging there is an existing motion to modify, which would get a court hearing, but the addressing of it is a status conference.
Right. And there were no modifications done in this informal status hearing, correct?
No.
Okay. So there was no changing of exchange. They didn't modify exchange schedules or anything like that.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And it didn't modify any custody arrangements, correct?
Right.
Okay. It was simply, we need to do the visitations that include both then Connor and Christian.
Correct.
Okay. And your testimony here today was that when you saw Dawan in court, he appeared upset and
unhappy. with-
Unhappy.
Yeah.
Okay. And back in September of 2003, you spoke with Special Agent Liza Ludovico in regards to their investigation on Christian Ferguson,
Correct.
which was closer in time than it is testifying here today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never told her that you saw Dawan's demeanor as upset and angry.
I know you've got the notes there. I don't know whether it's in there or not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're free to go. Have a good day. Be careful. State may call your next witness.
And yes, Your Honor, we have them ready. Can we briefly approach about a
Sure.
piece of evidence?
All right, let's go ahead and take a stretch break. All right. All right, so the state may call its next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls John Cloves to the stand.
All right, thank you. Hello, sir. Welcome. Come on in. How you doing today? Sir, if you'd stay there and raise your right hand, did you solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat here. Make yourself comfortable. And when you're settled in, would you please give the spelling of your name to my reporter? Thank you, sir.
Ready? Charlie, Lima, Oscar, Bravo, Echo, Sierra, Williams, first name, Johan, Julia, Oscar, Hotel, November. Middle name.
No, that's okay. Thank you, sir. All right, when you're all ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is John Cloves. I am a retired police officer with the City of St. Louis.
Sir, I want to direct your attention back to June of 2003. Did you work in the 911 dispatch unit?
I was assigned to the Communications Division at that time, yes, sir.
Okay, and what were your job duties in that role?
Basically, I was the person who had care, custody, and control of all of the records of the Communications Division.
And that would include 911 calls?
That would include the 911 calls, and it would include the radio traffic if anybody needed that.
So you were the custodian of record, basically, for the communications department of the St. Louis City Police Department?
Yes, sir, at that time.
Okay. And did you, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Sir, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 9?
It's a, excuse me, this is a copy of a 911 call.
The 911 call on that disc that I just showed you, was that a call placed by Dawan Ferguson at 6:07 a.m.?
I believe that was how the person identified themselves.
Okay. And did you receive a request from a Detective Harry Howell to obtain a copy of that 911 call?
Yes, I did.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call on the original VHS and on the subsequent disc?
Yes, I have.
And is the recording that is contained on that a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call that you had turned over at that time?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 9, a copy of the 911 call.
No objection.
All right, thank you. So State's Exhibit 9 shall be admitted in evidence. Do you wish to publish the call, or?
Yes, Your Honor. I also have a corresponding transcript for the jury, and I have a transcript instruction for the court.
All right, if you please give me those. And Tim, if you'd help. Thank you, sir.
And, Your Honor, I have a copy of the transcript labeled 9A for the court to review.
All right, thank you. Do you have the instruction? I have one. Thank you. Thank you. You ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, State's Exhibit 9, the audio recording of the 911 call has been admitted into evidence and will now be played for you. A transcript of the audio recording has been provided to you to read as you listen to the audio recording. This transcript is not evidence and is being provided to you to assist you in following the audio recording. You are instructed, however, that the audio recording and not the transcript is the evidence. Should there be any discrepancies between the audio recording and the transcript, you are to be guided by what you hear on the audio recording. All right, thank you. You may proceed if you wish to publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Why don't we go ahead and collect the transcripts back, please? John, here you go. Thank you. All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
No question.
All right, witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Officer, you may step down. Have a good day. Thank you. Or is it detective?
No, retired.
All right, have a good day. Be safe.
State calls Officer Frederick Scott Wolf, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Hello, how are you?
Hi.
Oh,
Where do I go?
well, I'll get you in a second. You just raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, thank you. Would you prefer to sit there? All right, so if you could,
We back up over here.
yeah, maybe like next to the witness box. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Do you want me to move that chair or anything, Your Honor?
Judge, if we move the chair behind here, then we can.
Yeah, let's do that, because I want him to have the microphone. So you'll move the chair.
Sure.
It's guaranteed we won't have any sidebars.
It's not just,
Yes, sir. Could you give the, if you're comfortable there, give the spelling of your name to reporter, please?
Wolf, W-O-L-F. My first name's Frederick, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so you, when you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you introduce yourself to the jury for me?
Frederick Scott Wolf.
And were you previously employed as a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you tell the jurors about your training and how long you were a police officer?
I was a police officer for 17 years. I went through 16
Officer,
weeks.
may I interrupt you? Could you maybe
Yes.
speak up if nothing else? The microphone doesn't really move much, but just speak up a little bit louder into the microphone.
When I first went on the police department, I was did a 16-week academy training, along with yearly post certified training for investigation, interview, interrogation, stuff like that, ongoing the entire 17 years.
And when did you first become a police officer? What year?
1987.
1987? Okay. And so in 2003, were you a police officer with St. Louis City?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have occasion to respond to Page and Skinker on June 11th of 2003?
Yes, I did.
And will you tell the jury what happened that morning or why you responded to that location?
Very early in the morning, I recall it was just after 6 a.m. I was riding with a gentleman named David Nerviani, who was also an officer.
When you say riding with, partner? In
Partners.
the same car?
Exactly. We received a radio assignment. We were actually handling only radio calls at the time. We received a radio assignment for a stolen auto at Skinker and Page, and further information that the victim's child was still in the vehicle. So we were actually fairly close to the vicinity, so that's when we responded.
And when you say radio call, you had dispatch telling you we've received a call to Page and Skinker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you responded to Page and Skinker, what was the first thing you did?
Upon our arrival, I observed the defendant standing at the intersection, standing at the corner by the payphone. I didn't pay too much attention to him because I also saw two different police cars that were also in the area that I could see visually. So I wanted to get them to my in my presence so that I could tell them how I wanted to proceed with the search area. There's a very certain way that I wanted them to search.
In what way did you want them to search?
The latest information that we had was that the vehicle was last headed east on Page. Well, I wanted them to start east on Page in the first 2 to 3 blocks. The 2 to 3 blocks immediately east of our intersection.
And when you say east on Page, help me familiarize myself. Would this be east on Page? Would that be headed into the city? Would that be in
It'd
the
be
county?
headed east towards the city, towards our basically our downtown area.
Okay. Now, when you did you eventually meet with or speak with? You said the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
And who was that person that you spoke with?
Mr. Ferguson.
Okay. If you saw him again, would you recognize him?
Absolutely, I would.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Let me point out and identify him for the record.
He's seated at the defendant's table next to counsel.
And what is she wearing?
I can't tell. White shirt.
Okay. Will the court note that the witness has identified the defendant, please?
Yeah, the record will reflect. Thank you.
Okay. And when you spoke with Mr. Ferguson, what did you take away from that conversation?
Objection, hearsay.
That'll be overruled. I don't think you're asking him what the defendant said. You're asking what was his impression of what was said, his demeanor, things like that.
Yes, Your Honor.
His
But also object to
observation.
the relevance.
All right, that'll be overruled as well. So you may, why don't you restate the question for the witness, please?
When you spoke with Mr. Ferguson, what was your impression of him?
My first impression, and like I said, I wasn't I didn't have all my complete attention on him. I could hear Officer Nerviani interviewing him. Like I said, I was kind of determined to get the officers that had come to help in the right area as soon as possible, because time was of the essence right then with the information that we had.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you spoke with him, what did he say to you?
I heard, I can't for 20 years back look at it and say, these are the exact words spoken. I don't have the memory for it. But what struck me at that time was he was a regular victim. He was every victim that I had dealt with in all those years. He was upset. He was nervous. He was pacing. And like I said, I went to get the other officers directed patrol before I approached him. Sorry.
At some point in your training experience, at this time, how long have you been a police officer?
15-ish years.
So in your 15 years of experience, did you start to at some point think maybe something wasn't right about this 911 phone call?
Absolutely, I did.
And what was the turning point for you?
When I had overheard the conversation between Officer Nerviani and the defendant, I started to get the impression that it wasn't the truth. I felt like at some point that...
Objection, speculation.
Response.
I can ask a question again, Your Honor.
All right. Please do so. I'll sustain the objection as to further in the answer. Why don't you ask another question?
Sure. Officer Wolf, at some point, did you think that did you start to believe and change your course of your investigation?
Yes. And I'm sorry to keep going back to it, but my original thought was to get the directed patrol, because in my experience, and I've had these calls, and I hate to say these calls, but almost verbatim, of people that left to go to work and take their child to school and forgot to turn the coffee maker off. stuff like that. So I'm going to leave the car going or running, and I'm going to run in the house, and they come back, and their car's gone. So this isn't a call that is just so miraculous. It's something that I had handled several times before. So I was at the time.
So let me ask you, what was it about this call that stood out to you?
Can I finish my last?
Hold on a second. Why don't you, hold on a second, sir, why don't you just restate your question or ask him the next question?
Was there something about this call that stood out to you? You said you've done this, that you've had these calls multiple times. What was it about this call that stood out to you?
The child still
Relevance.
being in the vehicle.
Hold on a second. What's the objection?
Relevance.
Respond.
It goes to his continuing course of conduct, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't you guys approach with that? So my chair trick did not work. I'll think of something else. All right, so I'm not quite sure where we were in terms of the jury. Why don't we, I'll sustain the objection if you'll just ask your next question.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sir, let me ask you this. You have been a police officer for 15 years at this point. You had investigated, I think you testified earlier, multiple stolen car reports.
Absolutely.
And you were starting to say there was something about this one that wasn't the same as the others.
I'm sorry to keep going back to it, but the directive patrol was imperative at the time. In my past experience, and in this case also, I had a fairly high degree of confidence that we were going to find the car along with Christian in fairly short order. And the reason for this is, like I said, my past experience. People that steal a car want to ride. They don't want a kidnapping charge. So my first indication that there was something different about this case was number one, that we didn't come up with the vehicle and Christian in short order. We had cars from other districts, other jurisdictions, and we were just tearing everything apart trying to find this thing.
Judge, I'm going to object to the narrative.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead and ask your next question, please.
You said that immediately after you arrived, there were two other cars you directed in the direction of Page and City, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And nobody ever located Christian?
No.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination? Ms. Tremaine, you may start when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you and your partner arrived at the payphone.
Mm-hmm.
You made contact with Mr. Ferguson.
Yes.
And you testified that he was very upset.
Mm-hmm.
You said you had about 12, 15 years experience somewhere in there
Yeah.
at this point in time back in June
Yeah.
2003. Based on your training and experience, witnesses who are upset, emotionally disturbed, can have difficulty giving a description of a suspect. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And you said you've investigated several car thefts?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say dozens, hundreds?
I would say hundreds.
Hundreds? Based on your experience and your training, you've testified sometimes, sadly, cars are stolen with children still inside them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you.
And in those instances, the car is quickly abandoned because the thief recognizes there's a child here.
Yes, ma'am.
In a case where the child is not readily visible in the car, lying down, asleep, covered by a blanket, it would take the thief a bit longer to recognize.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Calls for speculation calls for facts not in evidence. You may ask your next question.
Did you receive information that the child was sick
Yes.
and in the back seat?
Yes.
And so in an instance where a child is sick in a back seat, would it possibly take a thief longer to notice that child?
I'll overrule the objection. The officers testified as to his extensive experience. I think it's a reasonable question. You may ask a question or answer the question.
It's very possible. I've never seen it happen, but it's possible.
And in your search, as you canvassed, you said you were canvassing trying to find the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
The defendant accompanied you and your partner in the car, is that correct, as you canvassed that morning?
I don't know, it was canvassing as much as transporting him to the area station, because as this was evolving, we needed the detectives and juvenile there. So we called them in, and they were there immediately. So we were more of a transportation than canvassing the area. We didn't, as far as Nerviani and I, very minimally searched the area. We let that go with everybody else.
You remember coming in for a deposition earlier this month?
Yes.
When you came into the prosecutor's office and talked with us, you were under oath to tell the truth?
I was a Zoom.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
No.
Apologize. And at that point, I asked you, so Mr. Ferguson accompanied,
You may. Ms. Tremaine, do you have a copy of the transcript for the witness?
yes, Judge, I do.
Okay. And what page and line are you going to be referencing when you visit with the officer?
I'd like to direct attention to page 10. No, let's see. Apologize, Your Honor, just a moment.
That's okay.
Page 14,
All right.
lines 19 through 21.
All right. Would you like to approach the witness and show him that particular page and line?
May I?
You may.
Okay, guarantee I'm going to be able to read it.
All right. You may go ahead and ask your question.
So there on page 14, beginning at line 19, I asked you, so Mr. Ferguson accompanied you and David for that canvas? Mm-hmm. And your answer
I
was
did.
yes?
Yeah,
May I continue?
yes, absolutely, sorry.
And then I asked you approximately how long you would say you canvassed with Mr. Ferguson in the car. You said maybe 12 to 15 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly.
If you'd come up here to the podium, please, and Ms. Tremaine, here's the page back. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf, do you have a copy of this deposition?
Oh,
No, no, ma'am.
I'm going to show you it's been marked, which I may approach, Your Honor.
you may.
Page 14, 15. In fact, that line continues on to the back.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does the rest of that say? Or can you testify what the rest of that says?
So Mr. Ferguson accompanied you and David for that canvass. I put yes. Approximately how long did you say the canvass with Mr. Ferguson in the car? Maybe 12 to 15 minutes, I think, and I think that we were directed to take him to the station.
And you were directed to take him to the station, is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any further recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
My wife is sitting at the front door waiting for me.
You do want to go out the back. Kidding. Kidding. I'm kidding. Kidding. I tried doing you a favor, and you look like the hero. Goodbye. Be careful. Have a good day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I think it's probably a good time to take a break. All right, so before you go, the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others, or permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Do not do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means. Do not read, view, or listen to any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. And turn off those news alerts. Remember that? Disable those. Thank you so much. We'll get you back out maybe 10, 15 minutes, okay? Thank you all. Yes, also, oh. Yeah, N-E-R, V-I-A-N-I. All right, you may be seated. Thank you all. I'm going to, you okay, take a few more minutes? While we're still out here, we're outside the presence of the jury. It is... right, thank you, everyone. You may be seated. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Schlesinger, we'll continue with the state's case. You may call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a record you wanted to seek to put in evidence?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
At this time, Your Honor, the state is seeking to admit State's Exhibit 11, which are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce from the National Centers for Environmental Information.
All right, and state your objection, if any.
Yes, sir, I do object. These records are hearsay, and they are testimonial in nature, which violates Mr. Ferguson's Sixth Amendment right. So I would ask for these records to not be admitted.
All right, so we had discussed this during the break, so the court will overrule the objection. Exhibit 11 shall be admitted in evidence. And is there a particular data point or something that you wanted to, and you might want to explain what those records are to me again, please?
Yes, Your Honor. These are records from the National Center for Environmental Information, and these records contain, particularly on the first page, and then explained subsequently, that on the day of June 11th, 2003, the sunrise was clocked at 5:36 a.m.
All right, thank you. All right, you may call, you have a witness to call next, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
State calls Chuck Greeley, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Officer, how are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Welcome. You will be raised right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Just get the spelling of your name to the reporter, please, and we'll get started.
Creely.
Officer Creeley, if you can introduce yourself to the jury for me and tell them a little bit about your background.
My name is Officer Charles Creely with the Arnold Police Department. I've been a police officer for approximately 22 years. Started out with the city of Ferguson in approximately 2016. Went to the city of Arnold.
Okay. And so in 2003, you were employed as a police officer with the city of Florissant, correct?
Ferguson.
Ferguson, I'm sorry. I'm going to draw your attention back to June 11th of 2003. Do you remember responding to a report of a suspicious vehicle on that date?
I do.
And do you recall what time it was? I know it's been about 20 years, but...
Approximately 7 o'clock in the morning.
And why do you recall that it was about 7 o'clock?
It was shortly after shift change, and it started at, the shift started at 6:30.
And so had you just gone on shift or started that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you responded to a call of a abandoned vehicle, what did you reply, or where did you respond to that location? What location was that at?
It was on Dead End Street called Bar. Did you want me to describe further?
When you say dead end street, was it a large neighborhood? Was it a small street of small houses?
Small street, small houses.
Okay. And when you responded, what car did you find, or did you find a car?
I found a maroon Ford Explorer Expedition. It was unoccupied. I ran the plate, and it came back as a stolen vehicle.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
And just to be clear, this is on June 11th, about 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you the marked state's exhibits 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. If you could look at those for me, sir. And what are those pictures of?
The vehicle I located for the suspicious auto call.
And that you ran the plates on and was reported stolen?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the vehicles that looked that day?
It is.
And the way the street looked that day?
It is.
Will you tell me, I know you said that it was a dead-end street and a small street. Where would you call Ron Bar an easy-to-locate side street?
No, I wouldn't.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved to admit State's Exhibits 12 through 16 into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. So State's Exhibits 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 shall be admitted in evidence. Cross-examination?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's talk a little bit more about the vehicle. Did you inventory the vehicle?
I don't believe I did.
Did you examine its contents when you were there on Ron Bar?
From the exterior.
You didn't do any searching inside the car?
I believe, I actually, I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember coming in for a deposition
I do.
June the 3rd of this year?
I do.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Direct your attention to page 11.
Mr. Tremaine, is that a copy of his deposition
This is a
transcript?
copy of your deposition from June the 3rd.
All right, and what page and line are you showing the witness?
Page 11,
All right.
beginning with line 3.
Okay, thank you.
If you could read.
Okay. Did you look inside of the vehicle? I remember doing an inventory for towing it, and I didn't remember anything specific except with the exception I found odd that I just remembered this. It was a bulletproof vest inside of it.
Thank you. So you testified back on the 3rd that you found a bulletproof vest inside the vehicle.
I remember a bulletproof vest being in the vehicle.
Do you recall where it was in the vehicle?
I don't specifically know. I believe it was behind the driver's seat.
A bulletproof vest is something people in law enforcement use, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So to the average thief, this looked like a detective or a cop's car?
That'll be sustained.
Based on your training and experience, thieves are a little bit more reluctant to steal property from law enforcement, right?
Yeah, that's sustained.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Any redirect? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, officer. You may step down. You're free to go. Be safe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Bailey-Smith, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Andrea Murphy Johnson.
Morning, ma'am. Welcome. Come on up. You could just raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I thank you. Go ahead and take a seat here in the witness chair. Make yourself comfortable. Once you do get comfortable, please spell your name for my reporter. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It is Andrea Murphy, Murphy Johnson, JOHNSON.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
So I'm going to draw your attention back to June 11th of 2003. Did you live on a street called Ron Bar at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And who lived with you on Ron Bar in 2003?
My boyfriend and my 2 kids.
Can you speak into the microphone? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Sorry.
My boyfriend and my 2 kids.
Okay. And so did you have a normal morning routine back in June 11th of 2013 or 2003?
Yes.
And what was your normal routine?
Well, he would get up, go to work. I get the kids up and get them ready for school.
Okay. And what time did you usually wake up?
I usually got up around 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And why did you wake up at 5 a.m.?
Normally?
Yes.
Because normally that's just enough time to get myself together and get the kids ready.
Okay. And on June 11th of 2003, did something happen that was different that morning?
Yes, I heard a screech outside of my house.
Okay. Were you up at this point?
I was up, but I was still laying in the bed
And where was your bed in relation to the street?
next to the window that faces the street.
Okay. And you said you had a screech?
Yes,
And then what did you do after you heard the screech?
I looked out the window.
And when you looked out the window, what, if anything, did you see?
I seen some headlights to the left, taillights, I'm sorry, not headlights, taillights to the left, and some lights had flashed through my window beforehand.
Ma'am, could you, pull it down a little?
Okay.
Thank you.
Some lights had flashed through the window before I heard the screech of going up the street like somebody had made a turn or something. I'm not sure what happened with that, but I seen some tail lights at the top of the street, and when I looked to the right, I seen a car sitting on the street.
Okay. And if you saw that car again, would you recognize it?
Yes.
What was that car that you saw at the top, sitting at the street?
At the top of the street?
Yes. I'm sorry, by your house. What was the car that you saw?
Because I didn't see the car at the top of the street. I
I'm
just
sorry,
seen
the house
taillights.
that you saw by the house.
Okay, there was a red SUV.
Okay. And if you saw that vehicle again, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
I'm going to show you it's marked as State Statistics 12, 13, 14, and 16. You would look at 12, 13, 14, and 16 for me, Ms. Johnson?
Are you not saying 15?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the vehicle you saw on your street?
Yes.
If I may publish the jury.
You may. Just let us know for the record which exhibit number you're showing, please.
This is 12, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Is this a picture, what is this a picture of?
The car at the bottom of the street is toward, it faces the train tracks. The car is facing the train tracks. It's like some trees that way, and then the train tracks sit at the bottom of the hill.
Now, in 2003, Ms. Johnson, how long have you lived on Ron Bar?
For 4 years.
Would you call it a small street?
Yes, it's a small street.
How many houses are on that street?
8.
8. Did you recognize most of the cars that your other neighbors had?
Objection
Yeah.
relevant.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, what's your answer?
Yes.
Did you recognize this as belonging to somebody on your street?
No.
Which exhibit are you publishing now?
Sorry, Your Honor, this is number 13.
Okay, thank you.
Now, you can't see your house in this picture, can you?
No.
But from where is your house located? Can you tell?
My house is on the other side of the house where the tall tree is.
Like right
The
here?
tall tree is actually not in that yard. It looks that way from there, but it's a little further back.
Okay. But is that the way the SUV looked, and that's where it was parked on that morning of June 11th?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Is that, this is a true and accurate copy of where, or reflection of where that SUV was parked on June 11th?
Yes.
Show you it's State Exhibit 14. And what is this a picture of, Ms. Murphy Johnson?
That is the picture of the car that was found today.
And is this the dead end, the street?
Yes.
And I'll show you what's marked as state 16.
That,
Do you know whose house this is? This is not your house, correct?
no, that's not my house. That was my neighbor's house. I did not know their names at that time.
And you said you were up at 5 a.m.
Objection leading.
I think it's just recapping her earlier testimony, so overruled. Ma'am, you can answer.
Yes,
Do you remember if it was light or dark outside?
it was not quite all the way light and not quite dark. So it's kind of dusky.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. So you've testified, you noticed headlights shining through the window, heard a screech.
Yes,
Later on that day, you learned that this red SUV that we've just looked at was connected to the disappearance of a boy, right?
yes.
And you wanted to be helpful in that case.
Well, they came to my door that morning.
And you wanted
Not,
to help by,
not later.
when did they come to your door?
That morning.
And you wanted to help.
I'm going to answer the questions that I'm asked. So it wasn't about being helpful. I didn't know exactly what was going on at that time. I just answered the questions that was asked of me.
By the time you got to your window that morning and looked out past the curtains and the blinds, you couldn't see what kind of car it was, could you?
Objection. Also back to that evidence. Witness never states was looking for blinds or curtains.
Yeah, that objection will be sustained.
When you looked out your window, did you have to remove any window covering first?
Yes. Well, not remove it. I just looked through the crack of it.
To peek out?
Yes. Well, to look out.
You couldn't see what kind of car it was at that point. Weren't able
You mean
weren't
the
able
car
to
that, which car are you talking about?
Yes, the car that caught your attention.
No, I could not see anything but the taillights.
In fact, you couldn't describe the car that you heard screech, right?
No,
A bush was in your way or some trees?
no,
Hold on a second. Yeah, that'll be sustained.
Was there anything blocking your view?
no, not to my left,
Nothing was in the way?
not to my left.
When you looked out to see the car whose headlights you saw that made the screech, nothing was in your way?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer if you're able, ma'am.
No, there is nothing blocking my way that way.
Do you remember coming in for a deposition earlier this month?
Correct.
When you spoke with me and my co-counsel and the prosecutors were there and you swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. And are you approaching with a copy of the transcript of the witness's deposition?
I am, Your Honor.
Alrighty. And then if you would direct us to page and line, please.
Beginning with line 2.
On what page? I didn't hear you.
Page
10?
10.
Okay, thank you.
And I had asked, so when you looked out the window that morning, you were able to see what?
I was able to see a car parked on the street. I seen the car at the top of the street.
Hold on a second, ma'am. We can't really hear you. So are you asking her to read from the
If you'll
transcript?
follow along, I can read it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, why don't you, hold on a second. this is not improper impeachment, okay? So why don't you have the witness read the section and ask her if she recalls saying that?
If you would begin reading with line 4 of your answer.
I would say,
You can read it to yourself.
yeah, where do you want me to read down to?
It's line 12.
Yeah,
So for the record, it says, I was able to see a car parked on the street. I seen a car at the top of the street from the street, but I could not, I didn't get a chance to look at the car, just heard the noise. By the time I looked out the window, because I have blinds and curtains up to my window, so by the time I looked out, then I could not see what kind of car it was or anything. I just seen the car turn.
correct.
I read that correctly?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right,
Thank you. Actually, may I direct your attention to one more passage in the deposition? It's the next page, page 11. You could read beginning with line 1,
Okay.
and you can read that one.
Could I describe the vehicle?
hold on a second. Let's step back. And counsel, please approach for a second.
Apologies for the confusion. Just one more question. It's not clear to you that the red vehicle you've identified in the photos here, or noticed in the photos here, was the vehicle that made the screech and whose lights you saw, correct?
Are you saying it's the same car?
I'm saying it's not clear to you that it is.
No, it's clear to me that it's not the same car.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, thank you. Anything further for the witness?
Briefly, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Murphy-Johnson, I just want to be clear for the record. You saw, there were two cars that that morning when you woke up.
Yes.
One you saw and identified here in court.
Objection, leading.
Well, I think we're just recapping the testimony and trying to aid the jury, so you can continue. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. One you already identified. It was the red SUV, correct?
Correct.
And then there was another one that you just saw the taillights of and heard what you thought was a screech coming from it.
Correct.
I have nothing further on.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tremaine, anything further?
One moment, Judge.
All right, sure. Ms. Tremaine, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Witness may be released. Counsel,
Yes,
witness
Your
may be released. All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you,
All right, state may call. Do you have another witness to call?
State calls Mark Ellis.
All right, thank you. Morning, sir. Welcome. You can come on up here. Right about there. Just raise your right hand. Be sworn in. You do solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat there. Make yourself comfortable. Once you get settled in, if you can spell your name for the reporter, I'd appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
My name is Mark, M-A-R-K, Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
Good morning, Mr. Ellis.
Good morning.
Back in 2003, June 11th of 2003, where did you live?
At 326 Rombar Lane, Ferguson, Missouri.
Okay. And who did you live there with?
My wife and my kids.
Can you speak into the microphone? I'm having.
My wife and kids.
And sir, you can move that a little bit if you'd like, get more comfortable with it. Thank you, sir.
And how were you employed at the time?
I was security officer at Husman Corporation.
How long were you employed with them?
Approximately 9 years.
And did you have a shift that you worked with them?
I do believe back then it was 6 to 2.
Okay. And so what was your morning routine back in 2003, sir?
Normally, when I got off work, what were you talking about?
In the morning.
Normally, I'm a light sleeper. I usually wake up about 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Excuse me. And if anything disturbed me, I would wake up even earlier. But normally I get up, I'll walk around the house, see what's going on, walk around outside. I come back and make coffee and relax before I have to go to work.
And so did something happen to change your routine on June 11th of 2003?
Overslept.
You overslept.
I overslept that morning.
Okay. And do you remember what time you woke up? I know it's been 20 years, but.
It was around 4 o'clock in that area.
Okay. And when you woke up, was it light outside or dark outside?
to believe, I think it was Getting Light, I think.
Getting light?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
And that, would you say it was that in-between time?
Yeah.
All right. And when you woke up, did you notice anything unusual or different outside your house?
Well, when I was in bed, when I rolled over, I just peeped out the window and I saw a vehicle in front of the house.
Okay. And why did you notice that vehicle?
It wasn't mine. So it was this unusual vehicle that was parked in front of the house.
How long had you lived on Ron Bar in 2003?
Approximately maybe 4 or 5 years, maybe.
Okay. Would you say that you're pretty familiar with your neighbors' cars?
Oh, definitely.
And this was not, to your recollection or understanding, one of your neighbor's vehicles?
No, ma'am, it was not.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 12, 13, 14, and 16. I'm not using 15 again, Your Honor.
All right.
If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Do you recognize these, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate depiction of the way your street looked that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that, do you recognize that vehicle in those pictures?
Yes, ma'am, that was the vehicle that was in front of the house.
And is that the way it looked on that day of June 11th of 2003,
Yes, ma'am.
that morning?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
just going to show you one picture of the jury.
You wish to publish?
Yes, Your Honor, they did publish.
And which one?
State's Exhibit 16, Judge.
All right.
Now, whose house is this, sir?
That's my house.
And where would your bedroom have been?
My bedroom would be right behind the vehicle.
Back here where you can't see it.
Right.
And when you saw that vehicle parked outside of your house that morning, what did you do, sir?
I got up out the bed and immediately just walked around the house. I noticed I was running late because I was late for work. And I just tried to find out, try to get ready for time and get ready for work. And I was upset that morning. My wife would say, "You need to calm down."
Okay.
Because I hate running late for work.
All right. I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, briefly. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you overslept that morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And you usually went outside, walked around a little bit before going to work. But that particular morning, you didn't do your usual routine.
Correct.
And you said you were working the 6 to 2 shift back then.
Correct, approximately correct.
And you were running late that day, and you didn't leave until about 6:20. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
And if back on June 11th, 2003, you reported to police that you saw the car outside when you were on your way to work, is there any reason to believe that your memory today would be better than your memory was on that date back in 2003?
I don't recall. I know I talked to the police that evening, but I don't remember what I exactly said. But I know it was there when I left.
So if the police report reflects that you saw the car at 6:20 on your way to work?
That's correct.
Correct. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you. A witness may be released.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're free to go. Have a good day. Thank you. Be safe. Do you have another witness to call at this time?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take, I think what's better than lunch is an early lunch. So we're going to take an early lunch today. It is close to 11:40. I'd ask you all to be back at 12:45. We'll try to get started right away, okay? All right, before you go, the court again reminds you what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others, or permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Do not do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means. Do not read, view, or listen to a newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 12:45. Thank you all.
All rise.
Did you promise yourself this year would be more productive? All your work and life organized? Everyone does. Few actually do. And ClickUp is on a mission to change this. And our users are loving it. Josh on Capterra said, "This is the best productivity system that exists right now." Paige said, "As a productivity nut who has tried everything else, I have finally found it. I'm telling all my friends." And Jose let us know on Twitter, productivity went up 250%. Try ClickUp today.
The once thriving and sophisticated Roman city of Pompeii, buried in a volcanic eruption in 79 AD, is now a vast archaeological site in the southern region of Italy, and a new discovery has been found. Reuters reports a tortoise and its egg have been unearthed by an archaeological team who believe the animal likely died before the Vesuvius volcano erupted. The unusual find came to light during excavations of an area that had been devastated by a violent earthquake in 62 AD. According to Pompeii's Archaeological Park Director General, new flooring was put down on top of the destroyed one. They leveled the new flooring, which allowed the pregnant tortoise to dig a tunnel below, and the egg was found inside her. He said, "This is interesting because it allows us to reflect on Pompeii in this phase, after the earthquake but before the eruption, when lots of houses were being reconstructed. All of the city was a construction site. So evidently, not all the houses were rebuilt, and areas, even central ones of the city, were scarcely frequented, to the extent that they became habitat for wild animals who found places to lay their eggs."
might have heard of Carvana and that we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying a car should be something that gets you hyped up, that you should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want, and that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness and zero surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right, we'll put you in control, and all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Did you promise yourself this year would be more productive? All your work and life organized? Everyone does. Few actually do. And ClickUp is on a mission to change this. And our users are loving it. Josh on Capterra said, "This is the best productivity system that exists right now." Paige said, "As a productivity nut who has tried everything else, I have finally found it. I'm telling all my friends." And Jose let us know on Twitter, productivity went up 250%. Try ClickUp today.
There's a new FDA-approved vision correction procedure for people who have poor distance vision and want to get rid of their glasses or contact lenses. Malik visited Brinton Vision to learn more about EVO.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jason Brinton. I'm an eye surgeon at Brinton Vision in St. Louis, and I perform LASIK and vision correction surgery.
At Brinton Vision, Jason Brinton has been performing a new vision correction procedure called EVO.
We are so excited to offer EVO to our St. Louis patients. EVO is the newest FDA-approved vision correction procedure for patients with blurry vision.
This is for people who have blurry vision and want to get rid of glasses and contacts.
EVO is advanced and proven, it's safe, it's trusted, and has been available worldwide, but only now has been FDA approved and available here in the United States. In fact, Brinton Vision was one of the very first practices in the United States to perform this procedure, and we've seen unprecedented interest, not just here in the St. Louis area, but across the country over the past month.
Brinton has seen patients from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast wanting to take on this new procedure.
In fact, our very first patient was from Portland, Oregon, who flew out here. He is a LASIK surgeon himself and had me perform EVO surgery on his eyes. What's really exciting about his surgery is within a few hours after, he told me that he was comfortable, he would have been comfortable doing his own eye surgeries on other patients right after the surgery. We also had a local St. Louis area eye doctor who sells glasses and contacts and brought about a dozen of his eye doctor friends to have ICL performed. After his procedure, the eye doctors wanted to look at his eyes, so we took him into our first exam lane here, and one of the doctors made the bold decision to flip the switch and turn on our eye chart and put him on the spot. So no pressure, right? Less than 60 seconds after the eye surgery, all of your eye doctors there, let's see how you can perform, right? Well, to our amazement, he rattled off the 20/20 line, and he read 20/20 less than 60 seconds after his procedure, where just minutes before he had been 2200, which means that he could barely see the wall in front of his face.
Brinton says the advantages to this procedure is it gives clearer and sharper vision, it accomplishes its correction without altering the natural surfaces of the cornea, so there's no tissue removed, and for additional peace of mind, it's removable.
The procedure itself takes about 30 minutes. I perform it here at Brinton Vision inside our office. We just use numbing drops to numb the eyes. After the procedure, you go home with your eyes open and you can go back to work the next day. I explained to patients that EVO is a permanent contact lens. Unlike a traditional contact lens where you have to put it in and take it out each day, with EVO I take the permanent contact lens and gently place it beneath the surface of the eye, where you can't see it, you can't feel it, it can stay there permanently and provide lasting vision correction.
EVO patients are said to be some of the happiest patients, and it's becoming an unprecedented demand for it.
You can learn more by going to brintonvision.com. At brintonvision.com we have a great deal of information about EVO surgery and LASIK and the other 7 vision correction procedures. And of course, you're welcome to call our office to schedule an appointment and to learn more about how EVO can be life-changing. It can help you see the world clearly. We're excited that St. Louis patients get to have first access to this new and very exciting vision correction surgery technology.
Again, for more info, you can visit brintonvision.com or even give Dr. Brinton's office a call at 314-375-2020.
Did you promise yourself this year would be more productive? All your work and life organized? Everyone does. Few actually do. And ClickUp is on a mission to change this. And our users are loving it. Josh on Capterra said, "This is the best productivity system that exists right now." Paige said, "As a productivity nut who has tried everything else, I have finally found it. I'm telling all my friends." And Jose let us know on Twitter, productivity went up 250%. Try ClickUp today.
Good morning, and thank you so much for being here with us today. It's Transformation Tuesday. Right now, you're looking at a before photo of Dr. Francisco Barajas, a board-certified internist in Colorado. I reached out to Charles D'Angelo for help about a year ago, tipping the scales at over 300 pounds, and look at him now, over 100 pounds lighter. So, Dr. Barajas, thank you so much for joining us today. You look amazing. What made you reach out and contact him?
So, there were multiple factors, and there was always one thought about how can I lose so much weight, right? I decided to move on. COVID, being obese, considered high risk, even though I already had the vaccine at the time. But there were many factors that was sort of the last draw. That wasn't just the only thing that made me reach out to him. Seeing experiences from other colleagues that were successful with him. And it was just enough, right? No energy, feeling not motivated. One of the things that I told him that is I hated to be sweating every single moment. And that's the only thing that he didn't promise, but I think one of the first things that he delivered. So there were multiple factors and just the will of wanting to change my life. And really it was a way to change my life, but huge goals, and just to prove yourself that definitely if you really have something in your mind and you are convinced, you can achieve those goals. I'm more active, more energy, happier. I have been learning what type of decisions are going to change my life, or what type of decisions this is not really worthy. So it's an overall change that I'm pretty sure I'm gaining years of life. I'm more happy, more active. Now I enjoy being outside, keep playing with my kid, walking the dog. So many other things that before I will just have excuses. Now it's something that I actually want to do.
What do you think that it really takes for someone like him to kind of get started in this and succeed?
Well, I know it all too well. I mean, as a teenager, I was 360 pounds. So I totally connect with each of my clients who feel stuck, who feel like they've tried everything, who feel like nothing works, so many diets, so many exercise programs, so many different, as Francisco said so well, these things that, make incredible claims, but have very little to back it. So I was in that situation at 17 years old, and I realized there was something missing. And the missing link is really the mindset. How do you disconnect from using food so reactively and spontaneously and get to the point where you're trusting yourself enough to be consistent with an intelligent eating program? One leg of the three-legged success stool is healthy eating. So each of my clients has a food program that they follow. Each of my clients has a cardiovascular program they follow. And the real work with me that's really organic and really unique is understanding yourself. So that, again, you don't turn to food as a distraction or as a consolation. You really master your emotions. You become emotionally fit, and you have a vision that compels you. There's never an airplane that leaves the airport without a destination. And each of us have the most sophisticated aircraft, our brains, our bodies. And all too often, people start their day and they don't have any idea of where they're going. So my work with people is on
Give a shout out to the my interns back there. Hello, young ladies. How y'all doing? Fine. If you have any questions afterwards, feel free to come back, okay? We're ready. Please rise for the jury. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm kind of proud of my time management here. I get you back pretty quick, so I'm quick to point out when I'm bad, but I take a little credit as well. So we're going to continue with the state's case. The state has another witness to call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you may do so.
Thank you, Judge. State calls for Dyson.
Hello, sir. Welcome. How are you? You come on up. That's good right there. Just raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you. I think go ahead and have a seat here at the witness chair. Make yourself comfortable. And when you get settled in, if you could spell your name for the reporter, please. Thank you.
Jerome Dyson, Jerome Dyson.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Dyson, will you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them about your prior occupation?
My name is Jerome Dyson. I'm currently working as a gun violence the escalator with the air grenade.
Sir, would you mind either sit up a
Scoot up.
little or move it closer? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can you state that again? I had a hard time hearing you too.
My name is Jerome Dyson. I'm currently working as a gun violence de-escalator with the air grenade.
Thank you, sir. And were you previously employed as a police officer with St. Louis City?
Yes.
And how long were you employed with St. Louis City, sir?
About 34 and a half years.
34 and a half years.
Yes.
And so were you employed as such back in 2003?
Yes, I was.
All right. And did you ever occasion to get involved in the investigation into a stolen automobile with a child, Christian Ferguson, reported to be inside?
Yes.
Who were you partnered with at the time, or were you partnered with somebody?
Yes, I was Harry Howell.
Okay. And what was the first thing why were you partnered with Harry Howell? Let's start there.
Actually, he was not an assigned partner. He was actually a new detective. And my job was to assist in helping training.
Okay.
So we were together, but not technically partners.
Okay. And did you all together respond to, at some point, the home of the Fergusons?
Yes.
And was that on June 11th of 2003?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And why did you respond to that house?
Well, we were sent to that home by the lieutenant because there was a report of a kidnapping that occurred in the city of St. Louis, and the car and the victims had resided in that home.
Okay. And would you consider this a cursory interview with the family?
Yes.
And when you responded to the house, who was present?
There was Monica, who was the wife of the victim. There was two daughters, Deshonda, Tia, and there was a son, Connor, and a sister, Lisa.
Okay. And did you speak with all these people at the home that day?
Yes, we did.
All right. Did Monica, the wife, give you permission to search the house or to look at the house?
We eventually did a consensus search, and we did look at the house, yes.
And when you looked at the house, did you know anything more about the case other than that it was just a stolen vehicle?
No.
You didn't know what to look for, if anything?
That's correct.
All right. Did you happen to look at Christian's room?
Yes, I did.
And did he share that room with anybody?
With his brother, Connor.
Okay. And when you looked at Connor and Christian's room, what, if anything, did you notice about that room?
The room was pretty neat. Kristen's bed was made up, but there was a strong odor of urine.
Okay. And you said Christian's bed was made?
It seems to be made, yes.
Did you notice anything, any bedspreads or anything with vomit on them?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
I don't recall anything with vomit.
Okay. Now, after that first meeting with the family, did you eventually learn that the defendant's SUV had been located on a street by the name of Ron Bar?
Yes.
And when you found that information out, what did you do next?
We began, are you referring to the interview?
Let me go back to this. Did you then, after learning that the SUV was found on Ron Bar, did you have occasion to go back and speak with Monica again
Yes.
as a result of that information?
Yes.
And why did you go back and speak with Monica after learning that the SUV was found on Ron Bar?
Well, this case was new, and it had some things going on that we were not quite believing.
Objection, Judge.
State your objection.
Speculative and improper opinion.
All right, I'll sustain the objection here. Why don't you just re-ask your question, please?
Sure, Judge. Mr. Reynolds, at some point did you, after learning that the SUV had been found on Ron Bar, did you have occasion to go back and speak with Monica about the location of the vehicle on Ron Bar?
Yes.
And during that conversation with you, did she give you the name of a friend of theirs?
Yes.
And who was that friend?
Lakeisha Mays.
And what did she say about where, what, if anything, did she say about where Lakeisha Mays lived in relation to Ron Barr?
Objection, hearsay.
Goes to the continuing course of conduct of police officers, Your Honor.
Why don't you all approach, please? One second. Are you ready? All right, so sustain the objection, you were going to, overrule the objection, and you're just going to restate your question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you get information from Monica that led you to send officers to speak with a woman named Lakeisha Mays who lived on Disco?
It's kind of confusing the way you asked, but I'm going to answer it this way. Based on the location of
I'm going to object. That's
Hold on a second.
non-responsive.
Yeah, restate your question again,
Okay.
please.
You went back and spoke with Monica, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you spoke with her after you learned that the red SUV reported as stolen was found on Ron Barr. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And after speaking with Monica, did you learn of a friend who lived near there?
Yes.
And at that point, did you direct officers to that location of the friend?
Officers were directed. I didn't. But yes, they were directed to that friend.
Did you give those officers the name Lakeisha Mays and her address on Disco?
I don't think I gave that name, but that name was given. Lakeisha Mays was given to the office, yes.
And you learned that information from Monica?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon. So you and Harry Howell went to the Ferguson home that morning, June 11th, 2003,
Yes.
and you spoke with everyone there,
Yes.
and you found the home to be in order. In fact, I think you testified it was fairly neat.
Yes.
And you searched, looked around. Did you see prescription medications and nutrition supplements?
On the original visit, I don't think the medication was of any value to us to look for.
But did you remember observing them?
Yes.
And you didn't seize any evidence that day?
No.
And you didn't make any arrests?
No.
And did you later do some additional searching on other days to try and locate Christian?
Yes.
Did that searching include visiting properties, various properties connected with a company named Pyramid Construction?
Yes.
And you didn't find anything of value in those searches, did you?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, detective may step down and be released.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a good day. Be safe.
State calls Officer Don Reynolds, Your Honor.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Hello, sir. How are you? Good morning. If you could just raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please take a seat here. Make yourself comfortable. Once you get settled in there, please spell your name for the reporter. I would appreciate that, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. My name is Donald Reynolds, R-E-Y-N-O-L-D-S.
And how are you currently employed, Mr. Reynolds?
Currently, I'm employed as a maintenance technician at a high school.
Okay. And how were you employed in 2003, sir?
I was employed at that point by the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, assigned to homicide section.
And how long were you with St. Louis City Police Department?
I was with the city for about a little over 20 years.
Okay. Do you recall back in June of 2003, were you called in to assist with the investigation into a missing child, Christian Ferguson?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was the, at some point, did you respond and meet with a woman by the name of Lakeisha Mays?
Yes, I did.
And after meeting with Lakeisha Mays, did you learn about her vehicle being missing?
Yes.
Okay. And what was her vehicle?
It was a tan Chevy Malibu.
Okay. Did you respond to the area of Page and Skinker at some point during your investigation?
I did.
And why did you respond to the area of Page and Skinker?
That was the location that a phone call was received originally reporting the incident.
And when you say the phone call, do you mean the 911 phone call?
Yes.
Was made at Page and Skinker?
Right, there's a payphone there.
And when you canvassed that area, did you locate a vehicle?
Yes.
Specifically Lakeisha Mays' vehicle?
Yes.
And where did you find that vehicle?
It was parked on Hodemont, on the east side of the street on Hodemont, just south of Page Avenue.
Okay. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
going to show you some marked states exhibits 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. You can look at those right, please, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And do those accurately depict Lakeisha May's car as you saw it that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was June 11th of 2003.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit states exhibits 17 through 21 evidence.
All right, any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Seeing no objection, states exhibits 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 shall be admitted in evidence, and you may publish if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Judge. I'll show you some marked states exhibit 17. So can you tell me what's depicted in states exhibit 17, please?
Yes, that's that tan Chevy Malibu that we located there just on Woodamont.
And what is, it is on Hodemont. And what is that side street you can see right there?
Well, in front of you is Page Avenue at the traffic light.
Right here is Page.
Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. I don't know how I'll do with this.
Feel free to stand up if you'd like.
All right. What am I doing here? So where those cars are up there, I'm sorry, where those cars are up there, that's Page Avenue.
Okay.
We're facing northbound right now.
All right, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states exhibit 18.
And that's pretty much the same thing. We're facing north, just backed up a little bit from the car, showing more of the general area behind it, or in front of it, I should say.
Now, looking at this photo, do you remember where the payphone was located?
Yes, payphone that was, is on, there's a building right here where you can see there's 3 white signs. That's the side of a building. On the front of that building facing Page Avenue, right there at the little corner of the building is where the payphone is, or was.
Really, it's just another picture of the car.
And what number is that?
This is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is 19.
Okay.
Okay, and again, this is the car. Now you're looking kind of, we'll say a southwest direction at the car there.
This is 20.
Once again, the focus of this is the car, and you're looking you're looking northwest, I guess. You can see those 3 signs I was talking about on the side of that building a little better in this one.
And the payphone is located in front of that brick building?
Yes.
This is States Exhibit 21. Just another.
And again, here the focus is on that vehicle where it's parked. That little tan building with the strange-looking roof, that faces Page Avenue. So you're looking at the side of that that's on Hodemont there.
Thank you. And after finding this vehicle, what did you do next? Did you tow it?
Well, we had an evidence technician unit come out, and they photographed it, and then we had it towed to the police department's garage, called Fleet Services Garage.
Did you see anything in the vehicle just from looking at it from the outside?
We weren't going to really mess with it too much. We looked at it from the outside. There were some trash bags lining the back seat, and nothing. That was kind of the only thing that was of notice.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit if I haven't already. If these in evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibits 17 through 21 were admitted in evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I have nothing further.
All right. Cross-examination?
Just one question.
Oh, go ahead.
And inside the trash bags in the back seat, what did you find? Ultimately?
Ultimately, I believe it was clothing. I wasn't present when those bags were open, though.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon. Be safe.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Matthew Canamico.
afternoon, sir. Welcome. If you would just stay right about there, just raise your right hand, I'll swear in. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. You're in this chair, make yourself comfortable. Once you get settled in there, please spell your name for the reporter, please. Thank you.
My first name's Matthias, M-A-T-T-H-I-S. Last name Hanewickel, Hanewinkel.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Hanewinkel, how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm a contractor with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how were you employed back in June of 2003?
I was a member of the St. Louis Police Department. I was assigned to the Homicide Division.
How long were you in St. Louis City, sir?
26 years.
Okay. And back in June, of 2003, you said you were assigned to the Homicide Division?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at some point called in to assist with the alleged with the alleged car theft and disappearance of Christian Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have occasion to respond and to meet with a woman by the name of Lakeisha Mays?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, did you bring Lakeisha Mays where did you bring her? Let me ask you that question.
We conveyed her, myself and my partners, brought Miss Mays down to police headquarters at 1200 Clark Street.
Okay. And at some point, she reported her vehicle missing?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did she at some point report that her vehicle was missing?
Judge, it's leading.
I'm going to sustain it again. Maybe restate your question.
Did you at some point locate a vehicle belonging to Miss Mays?
Yes.
Had she reported it stolen?
No.
Okay. When you found the vehicle, did she know that it was missing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. It's been marked as State's Exhibits. And what was her vehicle?
It was a 1998 Chevrolet Malibu.
Okay. I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Is this at the, yeah.
So these are State's Exhibits 22 through 25. And what are those pictures of?
These are photographs of Lakeisha Mays' 1998 Chevrolet Malibu.
And is that the way it appeared back in 2003?
Yes.
Okay. And where were those pictures taken?
This was at the 3930 Laclede, the Police Department Fleet Services Division. It's our garage.
Okay. And do those truly and accurately depict the vehicle back at that time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibits 22 through 25 into evidence and publish them to the jury.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Seeing no objection, State's Exhibits 22, 23, 24, 25 shall all be admitted in evidence, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is State's Exhibit 20, trying to order, 22. And this was taken where?
3930 Laclede, excuse me, the Police Department Fleet Services.
Okay, and why was your car taken there?
It was located. The laboratory division was requested to process it.
Now let me ask you this, was Lakeisha Mays ever at any point with you at this location?
Yes.
Did you say that's number 23?
Yes.
Okay.
And what is this picture of?
That's another angle of Miss Lakeisha Mays' car.
Did she, when you were going through her car, she was present at some point, correct?
Yes.
Did she identify anything in the car as being not hers?
Yes.
And what did you understand to not be hers?
There was a black-handled folding pocket knife. It was in the console area. and there was a black 4-cell police-type flashlight located over in the driver door pocket, like where maps would be kept.
And was there anything else found in the car, specifically in the back seat? I believe in one of these photos. It states Exhibit 22. Did she say anything else that was in the vehicle?
Yes, those were some white trash bags with clothes in them. She indicated those belonged to her. She said that the last time she saw...
Objection, hearsay.
I'm sorry?
I said hearsay, objection, hearsay.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. So why don't you ask the question again?
So these, I'm sorry, let me start over again. Did Ms. Mays identify these clothes as belonging to her?
Yes,
And there was more than one trash bag full of her clothing in the car, is that correct?
yes.
Show you the marked States Exhibit 24. And what is in this picture?
In front of the armrest is the black folding knife that I was speaking about earlier.
This is States Exhibit 25.
That's another angle of the pocket knife that I was just speaking about.
I'm going to show you what's been marked by the approach runner again.
You may.
This is 27. All right, I'm going to show you what the marked States Exhibit 26 and 27. Now, will you tell me about that envelope that you're opening right now?
This one?
Yes.
This is a evidence bag. It's in my handwriting. I prepared it. It contains the flashlight that I found in the passenger side driver door pocket.
Okay. And is that the way it looked back? Who seized it?
Yes.
That was Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Seeing no objection, States Exhibit 26 shall be admitted in evidence.
And you said this was found in the driver's side pocket?
Yeah, about the door pocket.
And then what about States Exhibit? And there's actually batteries in here too. So clear.
They were inside the flashlight when I recovered it.
And what about States Exhibit 27?
This is an evidence envelope that I prepared, has my name and DSN on it. This is the black-handled pocket knife that I was referring to earlier that was in the center console of the car.
And is that the way you packaged it back in June of 2003?
Yes,
And is that the way it appeared at the time you received it and packaged it?
yes.
I would move to admit States Exhibit 27 into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Seeing no objection, States Exhibit 27 shall be admitted in evidence.
And may I come to the picture?
You may.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. A witness may be released.
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may step down. Thank you, sir. Be careful. Have a good day.
Your Honor, may we briefly approach?
You may.
Thank you.
You may, Ms. Schlesinger or Ms. Bailey-Smith, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Joe Laney to the stand.
All right, hello. Hello, sir, welcome. Good afternoon. You just come right up to here, that's good, right there, and raise your right hand if you sworn in. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. So, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Settle in. If you would spell your name for the reporter, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, it's Joseph, J-O-S-E-H-P, or E-P-H, Lamie, L-A-M-I-E.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
How are you employed?
I work at Fox 2.
All right. And did you work for Fox 2 back on June 11th of 2003?
I did.
Did you retrieve footage of the morning news broadcast covering the disappearance of Christian Ferguson?
I did.
And did you hand that news footage off to St. Louis City Police?
At their request, yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the news footage from that morning broadcast?
I've seen it, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Showing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 28, 29, 30, and 31. Mr. Laney, can you please tell the jury what we are looking at here in these exhibits?
On the morning of the incident, reporter Sean Conroy in this photo was sent from an assignment to the scene where police had dispatched units. He subsequently, it looks like the timestamp's about 7:40 something, went live with a live report.
Is the witness referring to which exhibit number?
28, Your Honor.
28, all right. Thank you.
He's now looking at page 29.
The timestamp on it says 7:48, and that is our logo from the broadcasts that year.
Is it safe to say these are screen grabs of that morning footage?
These are video screen grabs, yes.
And what do you see in State's Exhibit 30 in your hand?
A payphone.
And is that payphone from the morning news broadcast at the intersection of Page and Skinker on the morning of June 11th, 2003?
It's the payphone referenced by reporter Sean Conroy in his live report, and he specifically referenced that payphone.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And do you mind taking a look at State's Exhibit 31?
In the live report, as Sean reported on the incident, the camera panned to the left as he was talking about where the car had disappeared to or where the suspect had left towards. The camera swung in that direction. So this is a still shot from...
So safe to say the camera moved east, looking into the city, and captured a clip of the street Hodemont?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's a darker tint to the photo and a circle highlighting a vehicle on that street. Is this just a highlight from the early morning broadcast again?
Yes. No, this is, the highlight would be from a subsequent report.
Yes, but this was the morning.
This was video from that morning, yes.
Perfect, thank you. And that video that these are screenshots from, is that video maintained in the ordinary course of business by KTVI or Fox 2?
Correct.
And all of these screenshots are fair and accurate depictions of that morning broadcast?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 28, 29, 30, and 31.
No objection.
All right, thank you. So State's Exhibits 28, 29, 30, and 31 shall be admitted in evidence. Do you wish to publish?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lamey, can you tell the jury, now that they can see the photo as well, what they're looking at?
It's a frame grab video. That was the broadcast that morning as reporter Sean Conroy reported live from the incident that we had diverted him to, which was a reported, I think, abduction.
And I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 29. Is that a close-up of the Fox 2 Live logo in the bottom right corner?
That's correct. time temperature bug or logo, yes.
Was there anything particular about the way that the time was displayed on the news in 2003, which speaks to the accuracy of that time?
Only that broadcasting then was analog, so that's a clock that is displayed real time by our engineering from a clock that keeps track of programming and everything else, so it's on real time. That the difference is these days with digital conversion, a lot of times if you have a DVR and you pause it, the time, and you restart it, the time may not be right when you're looking at it real time. But that's a accurate depiction of the time of that broadcast, yes.
So the broadcast was at 7:48 a.m.?
Correct.
I'm now showing State's Exhibit 30. Is this the payphone in question?
It's the phone referenced in the video that Sean Conroy reported live in, yes.
And then we spoke earlier about how the camera in the video pans eastbound into St. Louis City, correct?
Correct.
I'm now showing State's Exhibit 31. And we mentioned earlier this little highlighted portion. Do you see that on the photo there?
Yes.
And so that is an image from the 7:48 a.m. broadcast, correct?
Correct.
And pictured there is that tan Chevy Malibu, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Just a brief question. John, let me see. I just wanted to clarify something said on direct. So, State's Exhibit 31, that shows the highlighted portion of the vehicle. Did you say that this was done on a later broadcast?
The highlighted portion was done in a subsequent broadcast, but his question, I thought, was, is that the video from the morning? And that is correct. It is the video from that morning.
Okay, so the clip from that morning was then used later to highlight this car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the broadcast that was done later that highlighted this car, do you know if it went into discussions about who the car belonged to or anything like that?
I wasn't a part of the editorial process
Okay.
On that particular story. I just know from our archives that that's what that was.
Okay, nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Schlesinger, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Have a good afternoon. Be safe. All right, counsel, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The State calls Lakeisha Mays.
All right, thank you. Could you move that chair again, I think? Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
You could just stay there for 1 second. You raise your right hand for me. I swear you do solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and we'll put you here as a witness stand. First and last name?
It's L-A-K-I-S-H-A, Mays, M-A-Y-E-S.
Thank you. Ma'am, just make sure you speak up when you do answer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Schlesinger, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Lakeisha Mays.
Ms. Mays, I want to ask you a couple questions about something that you've recently had happen to you. Were you recently hospitalized?
Yes, I was.
And as a result of that hospitalization, do you suffer from short-term memory loss?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And, however, do you still have your long-term memory?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to be asking you about things that may have happened about 19 to 20 years ago.
Right.
So I understand it might be difficult, but just, do the best you can.
Okay.
At some point, did you live on a street called Disco Drive or Disco Avenue in Ferguson, Missouri?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how long did you live at that house?
I believe I lived at that house at least 15 years.
Did you live or have that residence back in 2003?
Yes, I did.
Do you know somebody by the name of Dawan Ferguson?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know somebody by the name Monica Ferguson?
Yes, I do.
At some point in 2003, did you reside with Dawan and Monica Ferguson?
Yes, I did.
And would that be at their residence on Sylvan Place?
Yes.
And was that in the Pine Law area of St. Louis County?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember what months you lived with them on Sylvan Place?
I'm sorry I don't remember the exact months, but I know that it was just for 2 or 3 months, but I don't remember the exact months.
When you lived, what would you say, was it during the springtime?
I would say maybe spring or summer. It was warm.
Okay.
I do remember that.
Where did you stay in the house?
In the basement.
Did you have occasion to go to the upstairs of that house often?
I would not say often. I was able to enter and leave from the basement. So.
Is that how you would typically come and go from the residence?
Yes.
When you lived in the house, who lived upstairs and who lived downstairs?
Dawan and Monica lived downstairs, and their children lived upstairs.
When you were living at their house on Sylvan Place, did you still have the residence on Disco?
Yes, I did.
And did Dawan Ferguson ever make any offers to you in regard to helping out with payments for that Disco house?
Objection relevant.
What is your response?
Your Honor, at some points during this trial, the defendant's financial means have come in question. This goes to rebut that.
All right, thank you. Objection will be overruled. You may want to ask the question again.
Thank you. Did Dawan Ferguson offer to pay for your house and utilities on the Disco residence?
Yes.
In early June of 2003, did you move out of the Sylvan Place and go back to your residence on Disco Drive?
Yes.
Did you leave any items of yours at the Ferguson household?
I believe I left some clothing.
Okay. Did you have a vehicle at that time in
Yes,
June?
I did.
Okay. What kind of vehicle did you have?
It was a Chevy Malibu.
Ms. Mays, I want to direct your attention to the morning of June 11th of 2003.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that day?
I can't say just off hearing the date, not necessarily, but
How about I rephrase it this way? Do you remember the day that Christian Ferguson was reported missing by his father?
yes, I do.
Okay. And was that around June 11th, 2003, to the best of your memory?
To the best of my memory, yes, I believe it was.
At some point on that morning, did law enforcement officials come to your residence?
Yes.
And do you know why they were there to speak with you?
Yes, they were there to speak to me regarding Dawan and his son, Christian.
At any point during your conversation with law enforcement, did the question about your vehicle come up? Or did you notice anything about your vehicle?
Yes, I believe that I noticed that it was not in my driveway.
And did you notice this when law enforcement arrived or some other time?
No, I believe it was when law enforcement arrived.
Did anyone other than you have access to that vehicle?
Yes,
Who-
Dawan had a pair of keys.
Did anyone else?
Yes, I believe my friend Tanae I think my mom.
At some point, would these individuals sometimes borrow or use your car,
No.
but they had keys and access to it?
Yes.
Were you surprised to learn that it was missing?
Yes.
At some point, did you call Dawan Ferguson and ask him about the car?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say to you?
He said that he needed to use it because he was carjacked and he was trying to locate his car and his son.
Did he ever talk to you about you speaking with police?
I believe so.
What did he say?
He told me that I didn't have to talk to them.
At any point when you talked to Dawan about your car, him taking your car, did he say anything that upset you?
Yes.
What did he say?
Well, I asked him how did he get to my car when he didn't have his vehicle, and he said he didn't really think he wanted to involve anybody else.
He didn't want to involve anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
That is what he said to you.
Yes.
And that made you angry?
Yes.
Did you accompany police to go and see your car?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing the witness what has previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibits 22, 23, 24, and 25. Showing State's Exhibit 22. Ms. Mays, is this your car?
Yes.
And do you see these trash bags that are in the back seat of that car?
Yes.
Do you know what was contained in those trash bags?
Clothing, my clothing.
And I'm showing State's Exhibit 23. Is this another image of your car?
Yes.
You may do so.
I am publishing for the jury State's Exhibit 22. Can you see that okay, Ms. Mays?
Yes.
All right. And earlier, just a moment ago, I asked you about these trash bags right there.
Yes.
And you indicated those contained what?
My clothing.
And are those the clothing that you mentioned earlier that you had left at the Ferguson household?
Yes.
Okay. And you had never gone and collected those yourself, correct?
No, I did not.
So when you went to bed that night, or when you last were in your car, before it was taken by the defendant, were those bags of clothing in there?
No, they were not.
Okay. But they were in there by the time you got to see your car with the police?
Yes.
Was there anything else that the police found in your car that you do not remember being in there?
I believe there was a flashlight, and I believe there was a folding knife.
Ms. Mays, do you know where Ron Bar Lane is?
No.
Do you know where the defendant's car was recovered, the expedition he had?
I don't recall.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Hello again.
Hello.
So, Ms. Mays, you had a Chevy Malibu that I think was either bronze or golden color
Yes.
in 2003? Okay. And when you had went to bed the next morning is when you noticed it missing. Is that
Yes.
correct? And I believe you testified on direct that was when you had contact with law enforcement?
Correct.
When you noticed the vehicle was missing?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you had also testified on direct that you had spoken with Dawan, and he had told you he had been carjacked.
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that Dawan, your mother, and a friend named Tanae
Yes.
had keys to your vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And so right after Christian went missing, you did have a conversation with Dawan about your car.
Yes.
And I believe as you just stated on direct, he said that he used your vehicle, but didn't really want to get other people involved.
Yes.
Right, okay. And he didn't tell you to not talk to the police. He said you don't have to talk to them if you didn't want to.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And around that time, did you have a friend named Vincent Wooten?
Yes.
Now, you lived on the house on Sylvan, you said maybe 2 to 3 months?
Yes.
Okay. And then you decided to move out?
Yes.
And that was because you were not getting along with Monica?
Correct.
You did not move out because of Christian? Correct. No. And before you had moved there, you knew Dawan for many years before that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew, excuse me, Dawan and the kids pretty well?
No, I didn't know his kids.
The children yet, okay.
Right, but him and I were kids together and
Okay.
went to the same church. That's where I knew him.
So when you reconnected, that's when you were able to meet the children?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were at the house, you were able to observe Dawan's interactions with Christian, correct?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, okay. And what you observed was you would be able to see Dawan measure the powder and liquids for Christian?
I can't say that I ever saw all of that per se, but I just know that he took care of him.
Okay. So your testimony today is that you're not sure what all you observed?
Right, as far as measurements and how he made the formula and all of that kind of stuff. No, I did not observe that.
Okay. So back in August of 2003, do you remember speaking with Special Agent Liza Ludovico?
Yes.
Okay. And she talked to you about Christian Ferguson and Dawan, things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that interview with her, you told her that you seen Dawan carefully measure the powder and liquids.
Okay, that could be
Okay.
possible.
And you also stated you would see him use a scale to make sure the measurements were exact.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
That is quite possible.
Okay. And at one point, he started to show you how to prepare the meds and mix them?
I do not remember that.
Okay. So again, you did an interview with Liza Ludovico in August of 2003. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And that was closer in time to the event than it is presently today?
Correct.
Okay. Memory way fresher then?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you don't remember telling her that?
No, I do not.
Okay. You also had mentioned you had seen Dawan keep track of food and medication?
Yes.
Okay. And what you observed was Dawan would be feeding Christian?
Yes.
And what you would also observe was that Dawan would give Christian medication?
Yes.
And when you had decided to move out, you told Dawan that you were moving out of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And that decision was respected by Dawan?
Yes.
The night before Christian went missing, you were actually supposed to maybe see Dawan later that night?
I believe so.
Okay. But I believe it had got kind of late, if I'm not mistaken?
I believe so.
Okay. And instead of being able to come see you, he went home instead?
I do believe so.
Okay.
It's hard to remember so far.
Understandable.
Ago.
And it was also that it was late, but also that Christian was sick?
I believe so.
Okay. And you went home instead to give him his medication?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to any of this would be a reference of a defendant's statement and therefore inadmissible hearsay.
She answered. I'm done.
Hold on a second. I will sustain the objection. And ladies and gentlemen, you will disregard the question. You will disregard the answer. They'll both be stricken from the record. And you'll disregard the counsel's statement at the end. All right? Any redirect?
Before I do, Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
You ready? All right. So any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ms. Mays, when you were staying in that residence in the basement with the defendant and his wife, how often would you go upstairs, or would you rarely go upstairs?
Rarely.
Did you see the children hardly at all?
Objection, Judge. It's leading.
Not really.
It is not leading, so overrule the objection. You may answer, ma'am.
Yes, I would see them.
Did you see them often or not often at all?
I would say not very often.
No further questions.
Anything recross? All right.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Be safe. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Mr. Schlesinger? All right, just checking on a scheduling matter there. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to take a short and quick break. The court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others, or permit anyone to discuss in your hearing. Don't form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally given to you to decide. Remember, don't do any research or investigation on your own. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means, and do not read, view, or listen to a newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. We'll try to get you back out as quick as possible, okay? Thank you all.
All rise.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in shortly. And you may be seated. Sorry. I thought I said that, but... Oh, what? Yeah. Okay, all rise for the jury, please. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Schlesinger, State has another witness. I'm sorry. Ms. Bailey Smith, State has a witness to call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Robert Tamir.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. Come on up. Please just write about those. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Self you got? I do. Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Get settled in, and once you do, if you'll just get the spelling of your name, and I'll record it. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Robert Tamure, T-H-O-M-U-R-E.
Hello, sir. You can introduce yourself to the jury for me, please.
My name is Robert Tamure.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator, and I own a company called Metro One Investigations.
And previous to that, in a prior life, how are you employed?
St. Louis police officer,
And how long were you employed with St. Louis City?
21 years.
Okay. Did you have occasion to get involved in an investigation? Or, I'm sorry, let me start over again. Did you have occasion to respond to a residence owned by a Dawan Ferguson located at 3720 Sylvan?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you respond to that house?
I was directed by his attorney, John Rogers, to go there, video it, and take some photographs and seize a few items.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Now, will you tell the jury while we're what Metro One does?
We do quite a bit of, we're investigators. We do criminal defense work. We do civil work. A lot of requests from us. For example, for a defense attorney, we may do serve subpoenas, interview people, evaluate police reports. Civilly, we may do the same thing, maybe go as far as reading depositions, vetting expert witnesses. For insurance companies, we may do surveillance. Or we're called upon sometimes to find experts for the attorney. We're glorified way, maybe we're like a go for this, go for that.
Okay. And how long has Metro One been around?
1995.
Retirement didn't suit you?
Marriage.
I won't ask anything more about that.
I'm going to show you, sir, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that document?
I've seen it, yes.
And then I'm going to show you, I took the disc out, but I think we looked at it earlier, State's Exhibit 32. It was a video, I believe, taken by Metro One. It's in the computer.
I know we took video.
Okay. And did you look at it? You've seen that?
I've seen the video, yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 34 to 43.
I viewed these pictures prior to coming in here.
And are these exhibits a true and accurate depiction of the photos and the evidence, I'm sorry, the photos that were taken by Metro One, by your company and you in 2003?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I've moved to admit State's Exhibits 34 through 43.
All right, and
Please note the objection referenced earlier.
yes, so the court will take notice of the objection was previously raised, and we've discussed this previously. Those objections will be overruled. So the court will admit in evidence State's Exhibits 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43.
And then also, Your Honor, I had 32 and 33. And 32 is currently in the computer because of technical issues. I'm afraid to remove it.
So you're moving for admission of those
yes,
as well?
Your Honor.
All right, so would it be the same objections as to Exhibits 32 and 33?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so as previously mentioned, those are noted, overruled. So State's Exhibits 32 and 33 shall be admitted in evidence, and you are free to publish if you'd like.
Thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 34. And this is, what is this, sir?
It's a vial.
This is a picture taken at the Ferguson household.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 34. This is 35. Another, what is that?
That's a vial also.
You might want to, let me see if this holds in.
That's 2 vials.
And can you see the name on that?
No. That's 4 bottles of liquid medication.
Is this a picture of Ferguson household interior?
Yes, it's a table with vials, 2 vials, pictures you had, the medication and the liquid, and I think over in the corners, maybe a formula, baby formula, possibly.
Talking about right here.
I think down one, right, those boxes there.
Okay. Formula.
I think so. More medication and formula. Medication, I believe that's a scale in the center of the picture. That'd be the vial with the contents and the pill and the contents inside the vial. I believe that's the formula that we talked about before. Medications.
Okay, what I just showed you, I'm sorry, Ron, I forgot to say, it was 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 37, 36, 35, and 34. For the record.
Thank you.
This is states at a 33. What is this a picture of?
I think you might want to adjust it.
Can you
Flip it.
There we go. This picture of Mr. Ferguson by the door.
And this was at the time you went in to seize these items from his house
Yes,
at the direction of Mr. Rogers.
that's correct.
Now, these medications I just showed you are all still in the bottles, correct?
At the time we,
I'm sorry, let me ask that question again. There's medication still in those bottles, correct?
yes,
They weren't empty bottles?
I really don't remember. I know the one with the, it had the pills. The pills came out of the vial.
Okay,
Now, the liquid in the bottles, I really don't remember.
okay. Do you recall seizing any empty bottles?
No.
And you said that you seized items at the direction of Mr. Rogers. Were you directed to seize anything else by Mr. Rogers?
I know we took some medical papers, and I'm sure that that was at the direction of Mr. Rogers also.
And your search, or your entry into the house was on June 20th of 2003. Does that sound familiar?
Correct.
I'm going to show you, if it's okay with court's approval, I'd like to publish the video at this time, Your Honor.
All right, you may do so.
Thank you. Well, hopefully. Now, where are we right now, Mr. Sheriff? Do you know?
I have no idea. I know we're on location, and actually the video is being filmed by, I believe it was Mr. Bergdorf, who worked for me at my direction, and there'll be a scan of the whole house, various rooms. believe so, yes.
That video had on it a date stamp of June 20th of 2003, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would have been 9 days after Christian Ferguson was reported missing that you entered the house?
That's the day we went to the house.
Okay. When you removed the items, did you document what you took from the house?
Yes?
And where are do those records still exist?
I don't have them. I would have turned them over to the law firm.
Okay. Did you ever notify any law enforcement at the time that you had entered the residence?
I don't think so, no.
Did you at any point turn over the items that you had seized from the residence to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you did so pursuant to subpoena?
I was served a subpoena, and also I had a conversation with Mr. Rogers that I had received a subpoena.
And it was at that point that you turned over the medications and the medical records seized from Dawan Ferguson's house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Witness may be released. Ms. Bailey-Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Be safe. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Harry Howell.
All right. Come on up, sir. Hello. Welcome. right there, raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I will. Thank you for that. Have a seat. And just give the spelling of your name to the reporter when you get settled in, please.
Sure thing, Your Honor. Thank you. Name is Harry Howell, Howell.
Sorry, while we do some housekeeping.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Howell, will you introduce yourself to the jury for me?
Yeah, my name is Harry Howell, and I was the primary investigator for this case.
And how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency in St. Louis.
And how long have you been with them?
7 years now.
And what is your current title?
I'm a personal security background investigator.
And prior to that, you were with St. Louis City Police Department?
Yes, I was.
How long were you with St. Louis City?
20 years and 1 day.
Now, were you involved in the Christian Ferguson case?
Yes, I was.
How so?
On the day of June 11, 2003, I was reporting for work. I was newly assigned to the North Patrol Division Detective Bureau. And I was directed by my lieutenant, Art Rule, in order to go with Detective Dyson, Jerome Dyson, to a house at 3720 Sylvan Place.
Okay. And when you were directed to go to that house, what information did you have at that point?
I knew at that point that that was in relation to a missing person investigation that we received that morning.
And with regards to missing person, was it a child?
Child, Christian Ferguson.
And how old was he at the time that you received the report?
If I'm not mistaken, he was 9 years old at the time.
Okay. Were you considered the lead detective on the case?
Yes.
Did you work closely with the FBI?
Yes.
And who specifically did you work with at the FBI?
At the FBI, that was Agent Liza Ludovico.
And you said first thing you did was to go to the Ferguson household. Do you recall where that was located?
3720 Sylvan Place.
And when you met with the Fergusons, who was present at the time?
We were met by Monica Ferguson, DeShonda, her daughter, and Tia, the youngest daughter, and also in the house was Connor. That was Christian's brother.
Okay, and who did you know Monica to be?
Monica was Juan's wife.
All right. And when you met with the family, did you notice anything unusual or different about Christian's bedroom?
Well, when we came in, the door was closed, and it appears the house was, just lived-in condition. It wasn't necessarily out of order. But when we asked to get a request to search the residence, there's a form that we get signed, and Monica agreed to that. When we did that, we looked into the bedroom where Christian was, and there was an odor of urine in the room.
Okay. And I'm guessing that in your 20 years and 1 day of service, you've been into some houses that have been less than well kept.
Yes, unfortunately, you can say that.
And would you state in your experience that this is one of the stronger smells of urine?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn about a woman by the name of Lakeisha Mays, who was a friend of the defendant and Monica?
Yes, that was during the discussion with Monica that morning.
Okay. And at that point, did you discover that she lived on Disco Drive?
I believe the discussion with Monica was she thought she lived...
Objection, hearsay.
I don't think he said anything. It's his understanding of what was said. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No. My understanding that I didn't receive an address, but we knew that Monica had lived in North County.
Okay. And you all were interested in where where Lakeisha Mays lived, correct?
Correct.
And were you interested in where Lakeisha Mays lived because the SUV at this point, did you know the SUV had been found?
By that point, yes, we knew that the SUV was found in North County.
Okay.
So the question that we asked to Monica was, do you know anybody who resides in North County?
Okay. And at that point, you learned the name of Lakeisha Mays, is that
Correct.
correct? And did you later learn that she lived on Disco Drive?
We did.
How far is Disco Drive from Ron Bar?
Just a few moments or a few minutes by car.
Okay. Would you say they're close?
Yeah, very close.
Did you respond to where the expedition was recovered on Ron Bar?
Later that morning, yes.
Okay. And when you responded to the expedition, what did you notice about it, if anything?
One of the things that we noticed were the keys were still in the ignition, which we thought was rather odd.
Okay. And why is that odd in your experience of 20 years in the police force? Why are the keys in the ignition of a reported stolen car? Why is that odd?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You may answer.
In my experience, when somebody steals a car with the keys in the ignition, they don't get out of the car and leave the keys in the ignition.
Okay. Were you present for the search of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm talking about the red SUV.
That's correct.
Did you understand this red, or was this red SUV identified as the vehicle that was reported stolen by Mr. Ferguson?
Yes.
That same day, correct?
Yes.
These are all out of order, I'm sorry. This, Your Honor, if I may approach and show the state's exhibits.
You may.
Is it 61? Okay. State's exhibits 45 and 46. Do you recognize those pictures?
Yes, I do.
And what is picture 45?
Picture 45 is some of the items that were recovered from inside the vehicle,
Okay.
being electronic, cell phones, and things of that nature.
And what about 46?
46 is the contents of the vehicle, and I can tell by this photo, this was taken at our garage, our fleet services division that was located on McLeod Avenue at the time.
Okay. And are those a true and accurate copy of the items as they appeared on June 11th of 2003?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibits 45 and 46 into evidence and ask to be published to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
Seeing no objection, States Exhibit 45 and 46 shall be admitted in evidence, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is State's Exhibit 45. So how and what are these items?
Again, those are the various electronic items that we seized from inside the vehicle.
And to be clear, this is from the vehicle that was reported stolen by Mr.
That's right. That was the Ford Excursion that was found on Ron Bar.
Okay. So we can mark this State's Exhibit 46. Are these items found in the vehicle?
Yes, that's the contents of the back of the vehicle. Correct.
And I believe you've already looked at this, but I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44A. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's an aerial photograph of the area.
And is this, you previously viewed this, is this a true and accurate rendition of the streets and the locations as they occurred back on June 11th of 2003?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Seeing no objection, States Exhibit 44A shall be admitted in evidence, and you may publish to the jury.
Mr. Hall, I don't know how best to do this, but if you would show me where these locations we've been talking about are located on this map.
It's okay to get up
Sir,
here?
you can get up. Just make sure you speak loudly for us, please.
Will do. location right here is 6104 Page Avenue. That was the location of the payphone where the St. Louis Police Department 911 received a call of the vehicle being stolen and a child that was inside the vehicle. That's what Mr. Ferguson had made the call. This is the location of the house on Silver Place where Detective Dyson and I went to the home to interview Monica Ferguson and family members earlier that night, or later that night, I should say. And this is a location of 922 Bisco. That's the residence of Miss Lakeisha Mays. And this is the location that previously was Ron. That's where the Ford excursion was located.
And did you already say where Lakeisha May's car was found?
Oh, yes. Later that day, we determined that Lakeisha May's car was found at 6104 Page. Just right around the corner. I believe it's such a good sport line, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Thank you. Now did you become the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
And there was a lot of searches, correct?
Many.
Did you conduct any yourself?
Yes.
Based on what?
Throughout the course of the investigation, we set up a hotline to take calls in for any leads that we needed to examine. So that was part of that. We kept a log of those various searches that we conducted during that time.
Okay. You never did locate Christian Ferguson, is that
No.
correct? Did you at some point during your investigation learn that items have been seized from the Ferguson household?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what month that was?
I believe that was in July of the following month after the disappearance.
And how did you learn that somebody had gone into the house and seized items?
I was informed by my lieutenant, it's our rule, that Metro One investigations had likely entered into the home because there were reports from neighbors that some people were there in like 3 different vehicles, and they were in the home, and in the back of the vehicle was recording equipment like a video camera and things of that nature.
Okay. And let me ask you this, Mr. Howell. At the time when this was first occurring, this was a developing situation, would you say?
Absolutely, yes.
And June 11th, did you know about the extent of Christian's medications and hospitalizations and the hospital records or anything?
I didn't know details of all the hospital records or details of the medications other than the information that Monica Ferguson shared with us that morning. And during that day, I recorded the type of medications that were on the shelf and the different types of devices that were used for giving the medications to Christian. That was in the home.
Okay. After you learned that Metro One had seized and taken medications and hospital records or taken things out of the house, what was your next course? What was your next step?
Well, we determined that likely there was other evidence that could have been in the home that we weren't aware of. And that could have been actual physical evidence. And we desired to get a search warrant for the home in order to review that.
Okay. And so you got a search warrant for the home, and you also got one from Metro One Investigations, is that
That's
correct?
Right. Yes.
And did you, in fact, seize items from Metro One?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you did get a search warrant to enter the Ferguson house at a later date, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in August of 2003?
Correct.
2 months after Christian's disappearance?
Correct.
And 1 month after Metro One had already been in there and seized items?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact date when Metro One was there, but I believe it was in mid-July.
Okay. And the items that you seized from Metro One, were they medicine bottles?
Yeah, some of them were medicine bottles. I knew they took various photographs also and a videotape of what they were doing inside there.
Okay. And what is part of the reason that you and Liza started working, Agent Ludovico started working together?
Well, Agent Ludovico has a background in nursing, and one of the issues with this particular case was Christian had a very rare genetic disorder that required special feedings and special treatment. And this was very true after his coma 2 years prior to his disappearance. It required care almost continuously. And that included having state-funded nurses in the home in order to assist the family with caring for Christian. So,
Objection narrative.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead and ask your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so because of his complicated medical condition, having somebody with Agent Ludovico's nursing and healthcare background was helpful in understanding the case. Would that be correct?
yes.
Would she perhaps understand what evidence was needed better than you would because of her medical background?
Because of the medical background, because a lot of medical terms were on a lot of those documents.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach with State
You may.
Exhibits 47 through 67.
Okay,
Do you recognize those photographs?
yes.
And what are those photographs of?
These are all medications that were prescribed to Christian.
And were those photographs, were those taken by you?
No,
Okay. And were those seized from Metro 1?
yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to Ms. States 47 through 67 of that.
All right, any objection?
Judge, yes, I'll object to those pictures due to my previous pretrial motion.
All right, yes, and your objections noted shall be overruled consistent with the court's prior ruling. So States Exhibits 47 through 67 shall be admitted in evidence, and you're free to publish some of those.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Howell, what did you do with these after you seized these? You seized the actual bottles, is that correct? These are just photographs?
Yes.
And what did you do with medication?
All the medications that we received from Metro 1, we took to our laboratory division.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 67. So what is that a copy of?
Now that's one of the medications, yeah, thank you for, again, another one of the medications that my understanding was Christian needed for his daily feeding and intake.
States Exhibit 66. This one actually has Christian's name on it.
Correct.
States Exhibit 65.
Yes, Arginine crystal, correct.
States Exhibit 64.
Yeah, so that's just the same bottle, but it's turned slightly in order to record all the information that the other photograph couldn't capture. Yes, sodium benzoate.
State's Exhibit 62.
And that's another bottle of the same medication, sodium benzoate.
And to be clear, you thought these photos or these medications, the reason you wanted them was because you thought they were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes,
Because of Christian's disease.
correct.
The State's Exhibit 61 is another photo of medication. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cardiac report. State's Exhibit 60.
Yep, another bottle of Carnitrol.
State's Exhibit 59.
Citracasol, yes. I believe that's another bottle of it, if I'm not mistaken. I have to compare that to the last one. And this is vitamin B6 that Christian was also prescribed.
State's Exhibit 57. State's Exhibit 56.
And again, the same bottle, probably just turned so you can get the other image of the label.
State's Exhibit 55. This is a different medication, correct?
Correct, that's a different medication.
In fact,
That may be L-arginine crystal. Perhaps another photograph will show the other side of the label.
State's Exhibit 54. It's the State's Exhibit 53. Sorry, like backwards. Other side of the label.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 52.
Again, arginine crystal.
And to me, does it look like to you, or do you recall whether there's medication in these bottles still?
Objection, speculation.
That'll be sustained.
State's Exhibit 51.
Yep, again, medication for Christian, and again, arginine crystal. These are likely different bottles of medication because we had more than one.
Multiple bottles, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing medications in some of these bottles?
Objection, speculation, Judge. We don't have the bottles here.
Has the witness held these bottles, seen these bottles?
You collected these in season 6 and 7.
The bottles were collected and they were transferred to the laboratory.
And this witness did that?
By you, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can ask him that day if they were, not based on the photo.
Yes, that day that you collected them, do you have an independent recollection of there being medication left in these bottles?
There was some medication, usually in each of the bottles, but it didn't appear to be full.
That was State's Exhibit 50. State's Exhibit 49. Another medication bottle?
Yes.
48. Another medication bottle?
Uponol, yes, that's another medication for Christian.
And then last is 47. Is it a copy of that one?
Yes.
And you said you were there, present for the search of the vehicle?
I was.
Ferguson's. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 68. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 69. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Holland?
Yeah, my handwriting is a fact, matter of fact.
Okay. And what does that envelope contain?
I marked this as the contents of one G-tube.
Do you recognize your handwriting, correct?
Yes,
Did you package and seize and seal that envelope?
I did.
Okay, and do you know when you did that?
The date here, it says August 8th, 2007. 12:40 is when I signed the evidence, but the evidence label, so it was probably open in between then. The date that this was seized,
Did you seize it during the search of the house pursuant to search warrant?
it was during the search of the house, but we should have a different date on here. And that was because the FBI laboratory, when they searched the house, they recovered the evidence. We received that from the FBI at a later time.
Okay. But do you remember seeing this and seizing this from the house?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this item?
This is the G-tube, or the gastrointestinal tube that would be used for feeding Christian through a stoma that he had surgically implanted.
And is this a true and accurate, is this the item that, the actual G-tube that you seized that day? August 8th of 2003?
I'd have to take a look at it. That does appear to be it, yes.
And you found that in the Ferguson house?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 68 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, objection due to pretrial motions.
All right, 6-9, stand on your previous objection. All right, so that'll be overruled but noted. So State's Exhibit 69 shall be admitted in evidence. You may publish to the jury if you'd like.
Thank you, Judge. And just so everybody's clear, you did seize this, but then it was taken to the FBI lab, is that correct?
Yeah, technically, the FBI recovered that as evidence, and then I later retrieved it. But I did make a notation of all the evidence that the FBI retrieved, including the G-tube.
With regards to the car, I'm going to show you some marked as State's Exhibit 68. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Was that seized from Mr. Ferguson's car
This was seized from inside the Ford Excursion.
on June 11th of 2003?
Yes, there was a bag with a lot of miscellaneous receipts and personal papers, and this was in there with it.
And is that the way it appeared that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 68 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I would object due to the relevance.
May I see the exhibit, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the relevance of this exhibit?
Do you want a sidebar?
Yeah, let's do. Come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to take a stretch break at this time.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Hello.
Hello, Ms. Steele.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Oh, Judge, I apologize. May we approach one more time on something?
Okay. All right, so you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay. It's weird to call you Mr. Howe instead of
Yes,
officer.
that's great. Thank you.
So one of the first things that you did, yourself and Detective Dyson went to the house on Sylvan the morning of June 11th, right?
That's correct.
And as you stated, you talked to Monica, Connor, and DeShonda.
And I believe Tia was also in the home too, but Tia couldn't offer any information for us.
Okay. And as you had testified, the house looked normal, lived-in condition?
Yes.
And as you stated, it seemed to be well kept, but you did notice the odor of urine in the boys' room?
Later, yes, when we opened up the door to the bedroom where Connor and Christian slept.
Okay. And during that cursory search of the home, you didn't find anything suspicious?
No, nothing that we would find that would be unordinary, like like a gruesome scene of a murder or such. We didn't find anything like that, no.
And when you went to the home that morning, Monica, Connor, and DeShonda were fully cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. No strange demeanors detected?
No.
Okay. Now, the search that occurred in August of 2003, I think specifically might have been August 13th of 2003?
It could have been.
Okay. Items were seized from the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And it was your understanding in the investigation, Dawan and Monica had moved out by the time that you did the search?
We determined that because we spoke to neighbors who believed that nobody was residing at the home.
Okay. So everything that was left behind were things the family wouldn't have taken with them if they had left the home.
That is sustained.
And when you were there, when the FBI actually executed the search warrant, you didn't see anything relevant to your investigation yourself, correct?
Objection calls for speculation on the part of the witness.
It's about his investigation.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection, but why don't you re-ask the question?
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
When the FBI went into the house to do the search, you were present, correct?
I was present at the home, yes, but not with the FBI.
Not with the FBI, okay. Did you go inside of the home?
When the FBI evidence technicians completed their investigation inside, yes, I did go in.
Okay. And then you went in yourself to look around, is that correct?
Not just to look around, but also to determine what evidence they were collecting and where from.
Okay. And from what you observed that was left, you did not see anything relevant to your investigation?
No, some of those items were relevant to the investigation, so that would be the medications specifically, and also things such as soiled bedding.
Now, you claim that the items seized were medications and food and medical supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And those items are now actually missing, correct?
Those items were taken to the lab at a later time, and I don't understand how the lab conducts their processes for destruction of evidence.
Okay.
But my understanding is eventually those items were destroyed at some point, yes.
And as you had testified, Metro One was the company hired by Dawan's attorney, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they turned over the medication and video, bottles, documents, et cetera, to you, right?
Those items that they seized initially, yes.
Okay. And the G-tube, you actually got that from Metro One, correct?
No, the G-tube was actually seized during the FBI investigation.
Let's see here. Do you remember back in May 4th of this year, you came and sat for a deposition with me?
Yes.
Okay. And that was at the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
Correct. It was myself. I think Mr. Schlesinger was there.
Mhm.
Okay. And you were sworn under oath, tell the truth
Yes.
like you are today? Okay. John, it's page 66. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may. You can go ahead.
I'm going to show you page 66, and it starts at...
Ms. Steele, if you just speak up for us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you page 66, and it starts at line 23. And yeah, it starts at line 23. And I asked, and where did you get this G-tube from? And you said this was a G-tube that was in the Metro One investigation that was turned over to us, part of some of the medications and whatnot.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I said at that time, but since that time, I've been able to review an old copy of my report that I was able to find, and I believe in that report it indicates that the G-tube was actually found during the FBI investigation. That's
Okay.
why. Thank you for correcting me.
No, that's okay.
And I just want to make sure that the record is correct.
No, I appreciate it. So that was, you're saying the G-tube was recovered at the search in August
Yes.
of 2003. And again, this is after, through your investigation, you believe Dawan and Monica had moved out.
Correct.
Okay. Now, a month into the disappearance of Christian, the FBI was brought in, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Because this was a complex case?
It was a very complex case because there were a lot of different variables that we did not know on the first day.
And the homicide division did not take this case?
That's right.
And that didn't surprise you because there was no proof of a homicide or a body?
There was no homicide and no body to be proven at that point, correct?
And you investigated this case for 5 to 6 months in 2003?
Yes.
And then it became, I guess, what they'll call a cold case?
Technically, yes.
Okay. And then it was reopened, it was in 2005, to follow up on leads that had come in?
That's right.
And after that, it became cold again?
Yes.
Okay. And again, the reason it was cold is because it was still largely circumstantial, no body, no confession.
Objection calls for speculation, legal conclusion on the part of witness.
Yeah, that will be sustained.
And at that time, there was no confession that you were aware of, correct?
That's right, no confession.
Okay. Now, I believe you had testified that the police located Lakeisha May's vehicle near the payphone.
Correct.
And prints were taken from that vehicle?
The evidence technician unit arrived and they processed that vehicle. I was not there for that.
Okay. And did you speak with the evidence technician in regards to the results from the lifts or anything?
I did not.
Okay. Going a little bit into the investigation, specifically the payphone, you tried to investigate whether or not Dawan placed a call to the hospital from the payphone before calling 911, correct?
That's right.
And you were not able to obtain those records from the payphone to see if a call had been placed?
That's right. And in review, the payphone will only record long-distance calls.
Correct.
But not local calls.
And as far as the hospital, you also did not obtain phone call records from the hospital to indicate if a call came in?
We did check with the hospital for their incoming calls.
Well, I'm
and
asking about, did you obtain records?
there were no records to be obtained.
Okay. Now, I believe you testified on direct about, or maybe not on direct, you participated in some searches for Christian, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of those searches were areas associated with pyramid construction?
We did get leads that possible pyramid construction work sites might be involved, but none of those had any evidence for us that we could outright examine. We didn't obtain any search warrants for any pyramid properties.
And you did go to some of those areas, but you didn't find anything to believe Christian was in the location?
That's correct.
Okay. And as you stated, you got some leads. One of those leads was from Theda and her husband, Victor?
I can't recall where all the leads came from. That's a good possibility that it might have originated with Theda or Victor.
Do you remember, again, at the deposition that we had back in May of this year? The deposition that you sat
Yes.
for? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I had asked you about the leads in regards to the searching at the construction site?
Yes.
And Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
It's page 67. I'm going to show you what's marked as page 67. Go here starting at line 19. So did you, when you were searching for Christian, did you search any areas?
Your Honor, objections at this point. May we approach?
You may. All right. So there was an objection raised. I think ultimately the objection's overruled, but with an understanding. So if you would just continue, please. I had said sustained at the side, and I think I was mistaken. It's my first mistake I made this week. Anyway, so go ahead.
Actually, so, Mr. Howell, if I gave you, showed you a copy of the transcript, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to have you read to yourself lines 19 down on this page, and then 1, 2, 3, and then let me know when you're done.
And just for the record, it's pages 67 at the bottom on the 68.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
So, again, those leads that you had received, one of them seemed to be from Theta and Victor Thomas, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your investigation that started in 2003, also in 2005, you prepared a police report, is that correct?
That's right.
And you prepared the police report in conjunction with the other officers that were tasked to do other parts of the investigation, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And part of the investigation was speaking with a individual by the name of Mark Ellis.
You have to, excuse me, can you tell me who that may be?
I apologize. So part of the investigation was speaking with neighbors on Ron Bar where the vehicle in question was found, correct?
Yes, I believe that's probably one of the juvenile division detectives that spoke with Mr. Ellis.
Okay.
Or other people that might have been located on Ron Bar.
And those officers that were tasked to speak with those neighbors, they then gave you that information and you put that in your police report, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And when Mark Ellis was interviewed by law enforcement officials, would reviewing your report help refresh the recollection on this?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Turn on your microphone, would you please? I can't hear you. Say that again.
I'm going to object it's hearsay. It's my long.
All right, the short version.
Yes.
Why don't you come up to the side, please? So the objection was sustained, so you may ask your next question.
Judge, I have no other questions right now.
Okay.
But I do have him subpoenaed for potential impeachment.
Okay, all right. So no further questions at this time. Any further, any redirect, I should say?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Allen, you may step down at this time, and Ms. Steele was saying you're under subpoena in her case. So
That's right.
You'll visit with her about that. Those are regular.
Very good. Thank you, Your
Have a
Honor.
good afternoon. Be safe. Thank you. All right, you may call your next witness. Sure. We don't get to see enough of each other up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, some issues with scheduling and some things that the attorneys and I have to work on. The net result is you get to go home early again tonight. Huh? Pretty good, right? All right. So the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first.
Grooming for a man is a date with destiny, happening at dawn across the bathrooms of America. The test of ingredients, customized, built different. If a man can start different in the morning, then he can feel different. And if he feels different, then he will be different. When he knows that he deserves better, he knows that he deserves Bevel. That's the Bevel difference.
Know that he fly.
All right, it is primary day in Illinois. Thanks for being here. I'm Kay Quinn. Voters are deciding who will be on the November ballot. 5 on your side, Sydney Stallworth runs down some of the biggest races.
The polls are open here in Illinois. Poll workers here in Collinsville have been working hard since 5 a.m. Some voters have already come to make their choices here in Madison County. But the poll workers tell me that it's off to a much slower start than usual for this year's primary election. But today is key. Voters across the state will choose who they want to see on the ballot come this fall. All eyes are on the governor's office, who will take on Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker in November. Today's primary election determines who will be the Republican candidate for governor, and the field is wide. Take a look. We have State Senator Darren Bailey, Aurora Mayor Richard Irvin, businessmen Jesse Sullivan and Gary Rabine, former State Senator Paul Schmidt, and attorney Max Solomon. They're all on the ballot. Our 5 on your side political analyst Anita Mannion spoke with us ahead of today's race. She says some of the most common issues discussed by the candidates on the campaign trail: anti-abortion rhetoric, increases in violent crime, and discussion about curriculum in the classroom related to sex, gender, and race. Other races on the ballot include the primaries for Secretary of State and the U.S. Senate. The race for House of Representatives is also top of mind. Mary Miller and Rodney Davis are running for the 15th Congressional District. Remember, if you're not registered to vote, you can still get that done on Election Day. Just bring 2 forms of ID with you, 1 document with your current address on there, and yes, you can bring a utility bill. We're going to be keeping a close eye on all these races right here on 5 on Your Side all day. In Collinsville, Sydney Stallworth, 5 on Your Side.
And stay with 5 on your side tonight. We have complete election coverage, results, and analysis as soon as the polls close. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. on 5+, and look for expanded results on 5 on your side at 10. We're following a number of developing stories today. Take a look at this house fire in St. Charles County. Flames captured on camera by a neighbor. We're told firefighters rescued a person from this house on Wood Oaks Drive near St. Peter's this morning. That person was taken to a hospital with serious injuries. An off-duty firefighter, a St. Charles County police officer, and a St. Charles City officer were also taken to a hospital for smoke inhalation. The cause of that fire is still unknown. Tragedy in San Antonio, Texas. 50 migrants have been found dead in an abandoned trailer. Police say the victims were being smuggled across the border from Mexico into the U.S. 16 people are in the hospital, including 4 children. Police say a city worker discovered the scene after hearing a cry for help from the back of a truck on a lonely back road last night. 3 people were taken into custody following the discovery. It's unclear how they are involved. This morning, crews continue going through the wreckage of yesterday's Amtrak train derailment in central Missouri. 3 people died when the passenger train from L.A. to Chicago hit a truck in the town of Mendon. Authorities say it all happened at an uncontrolled crossing over a gravel road, meaning there were no lights, no crossing arms. 7 of the 8 train cars derailed. 90 minutes from now, Missouri Governor Mike Parson will be in town to release a new statewide strategy to fight crime. Some of his recommendations include identifying areas where crime happens, increasing tools to support policing, and improving training. We'll get more details at a news conference at 2:30. Look for the 5 on Your Side app for details. The Supreme Court has already issued 3 major opinions this term. Still to be decided are 4 disputes. They'll be announced tomorrow morning. Here's a look at what remains. Immigration. The justices are considering whether the Biden administration can terminate a Trump-era border policy known as Remain in Mexico. Also, climate change. Does the EPA have the authority to regulate emissions from power plants? Then, whether congressional war powers involve job protection for veterans, and Native American lands, a case involving a crime that occurred in Indian country. Does the state have jurisdiction to prosecute? Major road construction projects are underway all over North St. Louis County, and chances are the Interstate 270 North project will affect you. MoDOT officials say 140,000 vehicles per day travel on I-270. 5 on Your Side's Alex Fees offers a tour of the construction over New Florissant Road.
Are you okay if we walk out on the deck? Right now we are over New Florissant. So this is westbound 270 over New Florissant. It's nice to see it here on a map. These are going to be really great bridges that will have a lot of capacity and they'll be safe.
Skylens 5 shows the I-270 North project stretches for 8 miles between James S. McDonald Boulevard and Bellefontaine Road, and for about 25 feet on the walls of their office.
The key thing is we're going to be adding an additional lane on 270, both eastbound and westbound, from Wimberg all the way to Route 367.
And where's that?
Route 367 is...
And MoDOT has no shortage of maps on the walls of their I-270 North project office in Hazelwood.
Turbine interchange. And what that's going to do, if you show here, eastbound 270 will have a dual lane ramp to connect them directly to northbound Route 367.
Randy Hunter, owner of Dent KO, temporarily located behind construction cones at Dunn Road and I-270, believes all this will result in better access.
Especially once they finish New Florissant there, when people can turn around easily with it being one way. But I think New Florissant, people getting off there, I think that'll be good.
But stop if you think it's all road construction and right-of-way. MoDOT also paid attention to some of the softer features.
270, when it was first constructed in the 1960s, not much thought was given to people that don't have cars. So we viewed this as an opportunity for us to basically prevent 270 from being that block from going north and south in North County. And right here we show a typical section that shows Pershaw Road, and then you can see we have a curb and gutter and a green space. Along Pershaw Road near Washington Elizabeth, over here to my right, you can see we have our multi-use trail.
It's separated by a curb and gutter and a green space, and it's an 8-foot wide path.
A path to the future of interstate highway travel. MoDOT's goal is for the I-270 North project to be finished by December of 2023. Alex Fees, 5 on your side.
Right, another picture-perfect morning in St. Louis.
Yes.
Low humidity, sunny skies, cool temperatures. Gorgeous, Jim Castillo.
It is.
Beautiful.
Yeah, low humidity still. Enjoy that because you know that's not going
It
to
doesn't hang around long.
No.
That's true.
So let's take a look at what's going on right now. Start out in St. Charles, and it is sunny. It's going to stay sunny throughout the day. Maybe a few clouds out there, but 83 degrees right now, just stunning. And Farmington, Wentzville, Richmond Heights, and Weldon Spring also very sunny right now. And this is the cause. High pressure right there over Indianapolis. So just to the east of us, Indianapolis and Fort Wayne. And then, of course, we're seeing a very dry air throughout the area. So low dew points, low humidity, and that's going to stay with us for a couple more days, but the temperature starts to rise as we go throughout the week. 34% on that relative humidity right now and 81 degrees. Other area temperatures look like this: 82 for Scott Air Force Base, 85 St. Charles for the high temperatures this afternoon. So most of us in the low 80s. Allergy index, grasses are showing up as moderate now. Weeds are low, mold is low, but trees are not showing up. So a little bit of good news there. Tomorrow's high, a little bit warmer, almost hot, 91 degrees for the high temperature, but we're sunny and that humidity stays in check throughout the day. So here is the future cast. Not much on it, is there? So plenty of clear skies tonight and also sunshine tomorrow and into Thursday. A little bit of moisture starts to bubble up our way as we head into late in the week with a chance of showers and storms in here, especially by Friday night. But how will it feel outside? So Tuesday's comfy. Wednesday, you feel an uptick in the humidity, but really comfortable weather. Thursday, it is a little bit more humid, but we're dry. And then there it is, that chance of rain comes in here by Friday. So something we'll keep our eyes on into the holiday weekend. So let's take a look at that. 7-day forecast, 85 for Tuesday, 91 Wednesday, 95 Thursday. It's all sunshine. And then that humidity goes up just a little bit on Thursday. Friday, probably storms hold off until very late, 96 for that high temperature, so hot, humid. And then rain and thunder getting more likely now. We might have to bump up that precip chance on Saturday, 89 for that high. But then Sunday, spotty showers and storms, 89. And by the 4th of July, not a washout. There's plenty of dry time in there, but 91 for that high temperature and a slight chance of showers and storms, Kay?
All right, thank you, Jim. Inflation is going to mean your Independence Day cookout will cost more. The American Farm Bureau Federation estimates it'll cost us 17% more than last year. Traditional foods like beef, chicken, and potato salad, they are all more expensive. The exceptions are potato chips and cheese. Meanwhile, there's an urgent plea from safety leaders in the city of St. Louis. They're doing more than just asking us not to set off fireworks. They're begging us not to. 5 on your side's Tracy Hinson has more on their warning.
There is no safe way to discharge consumer fireworks. They're very dangerous. Severe injuries occur, emergency room visits, occupied building fires, vacant building fires, and of course, St. Louis, we've become accustomed to the dumpster fires.
If he sounds frustrated to you, he and the rest of his department probably are.
It drives up our call value. We're a busy department. We average 200 to 250 responses per day. Over the July 4th holiday, 2020, on July 4th, we ran 572 responses.
They beef up their staffing ahead of the holiday, but hope word gets out this year to skip at-home fireworks for professional displays.
Last year, the word's getting out and people are responding, so we're thankful for that. We only had 499 responses.
Firefighters aren't the only ones asking people to forego illegal fireworks. Veterans want people to be mindful.
Please think before you set off that M80, your neighbor may be a 70-year-old veteran, a Vietnam War veteran. To him, those booms of those fireworks could bring him right back to the Vietnam War. And the sounds of bottle rockets could easily bring flashbacks to a veteran of the Iraq War.
All right, we have made it easy for you to find an amazing fireworks show near you. Text fireworks to 314-425-5355 for a list of professional shows in and around St. Louis. All right, the St. Louis Cardinals' big win last night followed something special for us here at 5 on Your Side. Our own Mike Bush threw out the first ceremonial pitch before the game. It was 5 on Your Side night at Busch Stadium. There he is, Mike Bush throwing out the first pitch, all part of our 75th anniversary celebration. It was a beautiful night at the ballpark.
Amazing.
Gorgeous couple of days here in the bi-state area.
Yeah. Look at Mike go. That was good. That was
You did a
good.
good
To
job.
see. So the dog walking forecast looks great. You know, we have temperatures today in the low 80s, in most areas, about 85, 86 in St. Louis. Bailey, good hair day for Bailey, looking good.
Beautiful
nicely
dog.
groomed,
Yeah,
right? Terry, thanks for sending that in. And again, plenty of sunshine throughout the day. Just make sure the pups have some water.
Good idea. Thank you, Jim, and thank you for joining us at noon. You can send us pictures of your pooch. Text your name and their name. Send them to 314-425-5355. You may see them here on the air. Jeopardy's up next. We'll see you right back here at 4.
OrCam Read, for people with reading difficulties. For some people, reading can be a challenge. With OrCam Read, just point and click.
The works of Isaac Newton.
Read for school. Read a recipe.
Peel and finely chop the onion.
Read a magazine. Read anything you want. OrCam Read makes reading simple. Available now at orcam.com.
We do it.
This morning, we want to give a special shout out and a salute to 5 on Your Side viewer Raymond Geringer. Okay, he turns 100 years young today. Hey guys, come on in.
Come on in.
Raymond was raised just south of Perryville. He's a World War II veteran, and he is a great-great-grandfather. There he is right there.
Wow.
Happy birthday, my
birthday,
friend.
sir.
This is great. This is 100 years old.
That's incredible.
Or young,
Young,
rather.
100 years young.
Yes, a lot of family and friends probably gather around that cake with him.
He's got some
Take
great
a slice.
stories.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Thank you for your service too, sir. Really
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Do you want American or cheddar on your grilled cheese?
Stop trying to control me, Mom.
I'll just pick.
American!
Okay, dear.
Want to really be a rebel? Get off your parents' car insurance.
There's a new FDA-approved vision correction procedure for people who have poor distance vision and want to get rid of their glasses or contact lenses. Malik visited Brinton Vision to learn more about EVO.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jason Brinton. I'm an eye surgeon at Brinton Vision in St. Louis, and I perform LASIK and vision correction surgery.
At Brinton Vision, Jason Brinton has been performing a new vision correction procedure called EVO.
We are so excited to offer EVO to our St. Louis patients. EVO is the newest FDA-approved vision correction procedure for patients with blurry vision.
This is for people who have blurry vision and want to get rid of glasses and contacts.
EVO is advanced and proven, it's safe, it's trusted, and has been available worldwide, but only now has been FDA approved and available here in the United States. In fact, Brinton Vision was one of the very first practices in the United States to perform this procedure, and we've seen unprecedented interest, not just here in the St. Louis area, but across the country over the past month.
Brinton has seen patients from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast wanting to take on this new procedure.
In fact, our very first patient was from Portland, Oregon, who flew out here. He is a LASIK surgeon himself and had me perform EVO surgery on his eyes. What's really exciting about his surgery is within a few hours after, he told me that he was comfortable, he would have been comfortable doing his own eye surgeries on other patients right after the surgery. We also had a local St. Louis area eye doctor who sells glasses and contacts and brought about a dozen of his eye doctor friends to have ICL performed. After his procedure, the eye doctors wanted to look at his eyes, so we took him into our first exam lane here, and one of the doctors made the bold decision to flip the switch and turn on our eye chart and put him on the spot, so no pressure, right? Less than 60 seconds after the eye surgery, all of your eye doctors there, let's see how you can perform, right? Well, to our amazement, he rattled off the 20/20 line, and he read 20/20 less than 60 seconds after his procedure, where just minutes before he had been 2200. which means that he could barely see the wall in front of his face.
Brenton says the advantages to this procedure is it gives clearer and sharper vision. It accomplishes its correction without altering the natural surfaces of the cornea, so there's no tissue removed. And for additional peace of mind, it's removable.
The procedure itself takes about 30 minutes. I perform it here at Brenton Vision inside our office. We just use numbing drops to numb the eyes. After the procedure, you go home with your eyes open and you can go back to work the next day. I explain to patients that EVO is a permanent contact lens. Unlike a traditional contact lens where you have to put it in and take it out each day, with EVO I take the permanent contact lens and gently place it beneath the surface of the eye where you can't see it, you can't feel it, it can stay there permanently and provide lasting vision correction.
EVO patients are said to be some of the happiest patients, and it's becoming an unprecedented demand for it.
You can learn more by going to brentonvision.com. At brentonvision.com we have a great deal of information about EVO surgery and LASIK and the other 7 vision correction procedures. And of course, you're welcome to call our office to schedule an appointment and to learn more about how EVO can be life-changing. It can help you see the world clearly. We're excited that St. Louis patients get to have first access to this new and very exciting vision correction surgery technology.
Again, for more info, you can visit BrentonVision.com or even give Dr. Brenton's office a call at 314-375-2020. Tuesday. Right now you're looking at a before photo of Dr. Francisco Barajas, a board-certified internist in Colorado. I reached out to Charles D'Angelo for help about a year ago, tipping the scales at over 300 pounds, and look at him now, over 100 pounds lighter. So Dr. Barajas, thank you so much for joining us today. You look amazing. What made you reach out and contact him?
So, there were multiple factors. There was always one thought about how can I lose so much weight, right? I decided to move on. COVID, being obese, considered high risk, even though I already had the vaccine at the time, but there were many factors that was sort of the last straw. That wasn't just the only thing that made me reach out to him. Seeing experiences from other colleagues that were successful with him, and it was just enough, right? No energy, feeling not motivated. One of the things that I told him that is I hated to be sweating every single moment. And that's the only thing that he didn't promise, but I think one of the first things that he delivered. So there were multiple factors and just the will of wanting to change my life. And really it was a way to change my life, but huge goals, and just to prove yourself that definitely if you really have something in your mind and you are convinced, you can achieve those goals. I'm more active, more energy, happier. I have been learning what type of decisions are going to change my life, or what type of decisions this is not really worthy. So it's an overall change that I'm pretty sure I'm gaining years of life. I'm more happy, more active. Now I enjoy being outside, keep playing with my kids, walking the dog. So many other things that before I will just have excuses. Now it's something that I actually want to do.
What do you think that it really takes for someone like him to kind of get started in this and succeed?
Well, I know it all too well. I mean, as a teenager, I was 360 pounds. So I totally connect with each of my clients who feel stuck, who feel like they've tried everything, who feel like nothing works. So many diets, so many exercise programs, so many different, as Francisco said so well, these things that, make incredible claims, but have very little to back it. So I was in that situation at 17 years old, and I realized there was something missing. And the missing link is really the mindset. How do you disconnect from using food so reactively and spontaneously and get to the point where you're trusting yourself enough to be consistent with an intelligent eating program, one leg of the three-legged success stool is healthy eating. So each of my clients has a food program that they follow. Each of my clients has a cardiovascular program they follow. And the real work with me that's really organic and really unique is understanding yourself. So that, again, you don't turn to food as a distraction or as a consolation. You really master your emotions. You become emotionally fit, and you have a vision that compels you. You know, there's never an airplane that leaves the airport without a destination. And each of us have the most sophisticated aircraft, you know, our brains, our bodies. And all too often, people start their day and they don't have any idea of where they're going. So my work with people is on actually coming up with a strategy to decide where they want to be and begin moving there consistently.
What would you say to someone who's a little bit on the fence about getting started with this program?
There's no doubt that this is going to work. Just think like this is going to give you life. And if you have high sugar or high blood pressure, losing weight can be the fix.
It's amazing that you can sit here in front of everyone else and tell your story so that others can be inspired and do the same. So I appreciate you coming on this morning, and congratulations to you again.
Oh, absolutely. And I guess the main message here is we're waiting for you folks to join the gang because we're moving forward.
That's right. We are moving on forward. Well, thank you both so much for being with us this morning, and we hope you have a great rest of your day. Charles has helped thousands change their lives, and he can help you too. So go ahead and give him a call at 314-495-3228 or visit charlesdangelo.com.
I'm 5 on Your Side's Mike Bush. Join the mission to support our military heroes this summer at Schnucks. By rounding up your purchase or by donating your Schnucks rewards, you're honoring their sacrifice and educating their legacy. Let's stand with Folds of Honor.
Now we know that so many of you are ready to turn on your vacation mode, and if you haven't set those travel plans already, it is certainly time to do so. To celebrate the official kickoff to the summer travel season, Cambria Hotels has launched Taste of the Destination to combine the art of mixology with local flavors. Joining us now to tell us all about it is Rick Hurton, Director of Cambria Hotels Brand Management, and Zach O'Hare, Cambria Hotels Certified Cicerone and Mixologist. So Rick, what are the travel trends this summer, and what can travelers expect?
We're looking at this summer season to be quite busy from a travel perspective. We know that nearly 75% of Americans are actually planning to travel domestically during the next few months. And there's some common trends that are definitely sticking out. With gas prices that are rising exponentially right now, this idea of a staycation is becoming quite common. So that's where guests really want to stay local, enjoy their local area, their local destination, and really just get a different point of view in that market in particular. Second, this idea of really reconnecting with loved ones, with family, with friends, is definitely a trend that we continue to see this year as well throughout this summer. And then last, but certainly not least, business travel. It's been down for several years during the pandemic, but it is coming back and ramping up rather quickly from the spring and obviously into the summer months as well right now.
We love to see people reconnect, but how do Cambria Hotels make guests really feel like they belong?
Absolutely. So what makes Cambria Hotels unique is the fact that each Cambria Hotel is unique. It's designed that way where no property is identical from one to the other. And that's really highlighted in our bars and in our restaurants. Take our menus, for example. If you look at our menus, you'll notice that there's local ingredients throughout, where we also have local menu offerings as well, where you can't get the same thing from Cambria to Cambria. And you see that in our craft beer program, where we really highlight the breweries that are in that market and in that neighborhood in particular, so that guests can really taste the destination and taste the city that they're in. And then Zach does a phenomenal job of really curating cocktails for that particular hotel in that market as well.
All right, now for our mixology expert, Zach, we want to know, why is this launch of Taste of the Destination so unique?
Well, Taste of the Destination is really a great program we're doing over the summer. It focuses on 6 of the gem properties from coast to coast. We've created some great renditions of the Cambria Margarita that really embody the local flavor of each hotel. We're sourcing a lot of local produce, syrups, spirits to really help bring out that authentic taste and bring it to life.
We want to know all those details, Zach, so can you tell us about the variety of drink options?
Of course. Rick and I are here at a DC property at Capitol Riverfront, and we're creating the cocktail for the people. It's, of course, a margarita in some sense. It is combining tequila with a local spirit, ambrosia aperitivo, and a flavor profile that is very symbolically DC, cherries. So a fun, complex, fruity, slightly bitter, well-balanced cocktail here. And this is just one of many cocktails we're doing across the country. In sunny California, we're actually making a fresh puree of California avocados that's utilized in the mezcal on Melrose, a creamy, smoky version of our margarita. And again, just another version that we're doing that helps to embody that locality and bring forth those local flavors.
These look so refreshing. And to find out more info, you can visit choicehotels.com/Cambria. We'll be right back.
I'm 5 on Your Side's Mike Bush. Join the mission to support our military heroes this summer at Schnucks. By rounding up your purchase or by donating your Schnucks rewards, you're honoring their sacrifice and educating their legacy. Let's stand with Folds of Honor.
Yesterday, you saw us shopping with Schnucks ahead of the 4th of July weekend celebrations here, finding items that will complete the perfect barbecue and give back to families of fallen and disabled service members all at the same time. Well, today I'm joined with one very special Schnucks employee recognized for being one of the biggest cheerleaders for Folds of Honor. So, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Now, with over 60% of her customers rounding up at the register, very proud to introduce Miss Diana Messner. So, hello, and thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
So talk me through this honor here. You were one of the top checkers here. You were able to rally all your customers together in your lines to give back at the register. What does that mean?
It was exciting. I couldn't believe that. I thought it was a typo.
So you had no idea it was coming?
No.
Okay, so you have to do something when these people are coming through your lines to get them excited about giving back to Folds of Honor. What do? What's your trick?
I just make sure I ask everyone. It's just such a good cause. People are familiar with me because I've been with Schnucks for so long and I've gotten to know them. They're really kind people and they're giving.
They want to do something good. Now you're making me very comfortable. I feel like I would just want to be in that giving back spirit coming through your line.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Now you're holding something pretty cool in your hands right now. Do you want to talk to me about that?
It's what I received last year from Folds of Honor. It's tailor-made.
So cool. Look at that jacket. So this is her Flight of Honor jacket, right?
Yes.
So this was hand-delivered to you by...
Ted Schnuck.
How was that?
It was exciting. I was really nervous.
Yeah? Were all the other checkers like, man, we really got to step it up next year, huh?
Hopefully.
We hope so. Now, how exactly did you find out that you won?
A coworker told me, showed me an email, and I thought it was a typo.
So you saw it in writing first?
Yes.
Now, for those watching at home who maybe aren't very familiar with Folds of Honor, it's so that people can give back to families of fallen or disabled service members. So do you have any personal ties there? Any people in the military in your family, or you just are passionate about it all on your own?
My dad was in the Army years ago.
Okay.
But it's such a good cause, and it's a small way for us to help out for someone that does so much for us.
That's right. And so many different ways that they're doing it this year. I mean, the products that, a percentage of those proceeds are going to Folds of Honor. You can round up at the register. But why is it so important to do so?
To help provide scholarships for spouses and children of fallen and injured service members.
It's awesome. A great thing that they're doing over there.
It is.
And for those at home watching who maybe have kind of been on the fence, maybe they weren't sure about rounding up at the register, anything to say to them?
100% of the proceeds goes to benefit Folds of Honor.
That's right. So you got to do it, right?
Right.
Wonderful.
And you see it all over Channel 5. They tell us all about it.
That's right.
And people, when they come in, they're willing to give.
Which is amazing. We love seeing people come together for something good.
And there are a lot of retired military people that come through Schnucks.
And 4th of July weekend coming up, time to stock up and give back all at the same time. We love it. Thank you so much again for being here. Again, Schnook Folds of Honor campaign gives back to families of fallen or disabled service members. Any Schnook's location, you can do that rounding up at the register or by purchasing products that with these companies that are working with Schnook's here to give back. It's like Budweiser, Coke, so many more. We have the full list of those products online for you. You can find them on the Schnook's website or on ours, ksdk.com.
I'm 5 on Your Side's Mike Bush. Join the mission to support our military heroes this summer at Schnucks. By rounding up your purchase or by donating your Schnucks rewards, you're honoring their sacrifice and educating their legacy. Let's stand with Folds of Honor.
All right, it is primary day in Illinois. Thanks for being here. I'm Kay Quinn. Voters are deciding who will be on the November ballot. 5 on Your Side, Sydney Stallworth runs down some of the biggest races.
The polls are open here in Illinois. Poll workers here in Collinsville have been working hard since 5 a.m. Some voters have already come to make their choices here in Madison County. But the poll workers tell me that it's off to a much slower start than usual for this year's primary election. But today is key. Voters across the state will choose who they want to see on the ballot come this fall. All eyes are on the governor's office, who will take on Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker in November. Today's primary election determines who will be the Republican candidate for governor, and the field is wide. Take a look. We have State Senator Darren Bailey, Aurora Mayor Richard Irvin, businessmen Jesse Sullivan and Gary Rabine, former State Senator Paul Schmidt, and attorney Max Solomon. They're all on the ballot. Our 5 on Your Side political analyst Anita Mannion spoke with us ahead of today's race. She says some of the most common issues discussed by the candidates on the campaign trail: anti-abortion rhetoric, increases in violent crime, and discussion about curriculum in the classroom related to sex, gender, and race. Other races on the ballot include the primaries for Secretary of State and the U.S. Senate. The race for House of Representatives is also top of mind. Mary Miller and Rodney Davis are running for the 15th Congressional District. Remember, if you're not registered to vote, you can still get that done on Election Day. Just bring 2 forms of ID with you, 1 document with your current address on there, and yes, you can bring a utility bill. We're going to be keeping a close eye on all these races right here on 5 on Your Side all day. In Collinsville, Sydney Stallworth, 5 on Your Side.
And stay with 5 on Your Side tonight. We have complete election coverage, results, and analysis as soon as the polls close. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. on 5+, and look for expanded results on 5 on Your Side at 10. We're following a number of developing stories today. Take a look at this house fire in St. Charles County. Flames captured on camera by a neighbor. We're told firefighters rescued a person from this house on Wood Oaks Drive near St. Peter's this morning. That person was taken to a hospital with serious injuries. An off-duty firefighter, a St. Charles County police officer, and a St. Charles City officer were also taken to a hospital for smoke inhalation. The cause of that fire is still unknown. Tragedy in San Antonio, Texas. 50 migrants have been found dead in an abandoned trailer. Police say the victims were being smuggled across the border from Mexico into the U.S. 16 people are in the hospital, including 4 children. Police say a city worker discovered the scene after hearing a cry for help from the back of a truck on a lonely back road last night. 3 people were taken into custody following the discovery. It's unclear how they are involved. This morning, crews continue going through the wreckage of yesterday's Amtrak train derailment in central Missouri. 3 people died when the passenger train from L.A. to Chicago hit a truck in the town of Mendon. Authorities say it all happened at an uncontrolled crossing over a gravel road, meaning there were no lights, no crossing arms. 7 of the 8 train cars derailed. 90 minutes from now, Missouri Governor Mike Parson will be in town to release a new statewide strategy to fight crime. Some of his recommendations include identifying areas where crime happens, increasing tools to support policing, and improving training. We'll get more details at a news conference at 2:30. Look for the 5 on Your Side app for details. The Supreme Court has already issued 3 major opinions this term. Still to be decided are 4 disputes. They'll be announced tomorrow morning. Here's a look at what remains. Immigration. The justices are considering whether the Biden administration can terminate a Trump-era border policy known as Remain in Mexico. Also, climate change. Does the EPA have the authority to regulate emissions from power plants? Then, whether congressional war powers involve job protection for veterans, and Native American lands, a case involving a crime that occurred in Indian country. Does the state have jurisdiction to prosecute? Major road construction projects are underway all over North St. Louis County, and chances are the Interstate 270 North project will affect you. MoDOT officials say 140,000 vehicles per day travel on I-270. 5 on Your Side's Alex Fees offers a tour of the construction over New Florissant Road.
Are you okay if we walk out on the deck? Right now we are over New Florissant. So this is westbound 270 over New Florissant. It's nice to see it here on a map. These are going to be really great bridges that will have a lot of capacity and they'll be safe.
Skylens 5 shows the I-270 North project stretches for 8 miles between James S. McDonald Boulevard and Bellefontaine Road, and for about 25 feet on the walls of their office.
The key thing is we're going to be adding an additional lane on 270, both eastbound and westbound, from Wimberg all the way to Route 367.
And where's that?
Route 367 is...
And MoDOT has no shortage of maps on the walls of their I-270 North project office in Hazelwood.
Turbine interchange. And what that's going to do, if you show here, eastbound 270 will have a dual lane ramp to connect them directly to northbound Route 367.
Randy Hunter, owner of Dent KO, temporarily located behind construction cones at Dunn Road and I-270, believes all this will result in better access.
Especially once they finish New Florissant there, when people can turn around easily with it being one way. But I think New Florissant, people getting off there, I think that'll be good.
But stop if you think it's all road construction and right-of-way. MoDOT also paid attention to some of the softer features.
270, when it was first constructed in the 1960s, not much thought was given to people that don't have cars. So we viewed this as an opportunity for us to basically prevent 270 from being that block from going north and south in North County. And right here we show a typical section that shows Pershaw Road, and then you can see we have a curb and gutter and a green space. Along Pershaw Road near Washington Elizabeth, over here to my right, you can see we have our multi-use trail. It's separated by a curb and gutter and a green space, and it's an 8-foot wide path.
A path to the future of interstate highway travel. MoDOT's goal is for the I-270 North project to be finished by December of 2023. Alex Fees, 5 on Your Side.
Right, another picture